Ah, okay. Dude, the microphone was turned off because I pressed the button by an accident. Hello, everyone. Yeah, the setup is a little scuffed today because we just moved and the room is still completely empty except for my streaming setup. I just put the desk up and the PC first. The mic has an echo, which is something I'm noticing right now, which is because the room has an echo. I think it's because it's a bigger room. I hope it's not too bad, but I'll get that fixed in the next couple of days. I hope it's not that bad. I really wanted to stream today. Technically, we haven't really settled in yet. Yes, we've moved places to a new house, so it's been super busy the last couple of days. I've been, there's been French nationals, German nationals, moving everything. It's been a lot. So, but I really wanted to stream today, so I set up my PC first things first when I got back home, and here we are. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Why are you looking young today? Well, it's probably because I shaved. Yeah, lots of stuff, lots of exciting stuff going on. Lots of things I've missed probably because I was gone for a while now. And yeah, there's a lot of things happening as well in the next couple of days or weeks as well. Because of course, as some of you guys who have followed me on Twitter do know, I did not make it into the World's Points playoff with the with the Nationals performance. That was not the greatest. So we're going to be playing the Duel Links Worlds Qualifier next week, as well as the Master Duel Worlds Qualifier the week after. So even though this week and the previous weeks were a little scuffed in terms of content, you're in for some good stuff in the next couple of weeks. Griff was right, Saj. Dude, it was not a washed issue, let me tell you that. My Nationals weekend was completely cursed. It was completely cursed. From what I could tell, there's always a chance that I'm wrong about that, but I feel like I played fine. But I don't know. I don't think I played the deck I should have played. But I was not having a good day. I really was not having a good day. Betraying Ray didn't go well. It's funny because even though Sky Striker won the event, I don't think I should have played Sky Striker. I mean, in hindsight, it's always easy to say like, oh, you didn't do well, you should have played something else. But I wish I played Branded in hindsight, which was the two decks I was between on Friday night when I had to submit my deck list. I was thinking between Branded and Cool Tune. And in hindsight, I wish I picked Branded, but I picked Cool Tune. So it is what it is. Gnuagod, thank you for the 43 months. Glad to have you back. Will you play the Tier 0 Stardust Cup with Sniffus? Yes, I will. I will play the Tier 0 Stardust Cup. The Stardust deck is broken in Duel Links. It's broken, but it's kind of broken in a fun way. I don't know. I only started looking into it like yesterday, but it's been interesting for sure. But we'll have a dedicated preparation stream soon. I don't know exactly when. I have to work it out with reigning Duel Links World Champion Sniffus. He's gonna come on stream and teach us a little bit about the current format to get us ready for the what's it called, for the Worlds Qualifier. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be fun. Personally, I'm looking forward to it. I think the next 2 weeks are gonna be very stressful again, but also very exciting because we have back-to-back weekends of Worlds Qualifiers, which is a lot of a lot of streaming for you guys. But it's also exciting for me. I'm pretty excited for that. Do they have Speeder? They do not have Speeder, no. But the deck is still pretty crazy. Yeah. Also, everyone else who's subscribing right now, thank you all. Appreciate you all. Welcome back. Appreciate all the subs. Thank you so much. Disick, Gliding Crow, Maniac, Medic YGO, Il Somodan, Stas FR21, Deep Dio Boss, Wolfie, Nilmi, Onkel Mince, CL Noir, Brago, Zandok, Catamantolodes, and Campass. Thank you all so much for the support. I appreciate you guys. Welcome back. I missed you guys. I always have it's like I always have to tell me it's okay to not stream for like a week, to take some time off because other things are happening. But I always feel bad and I miss it. So I'm happy to be back. The schedule for this week is gonna be fun. Tomorrow, I'm actually, dude, I literally, I just came back from German Nationals. Tomorrow morning, I'm making my way to the UK because we're casting a Challenger Cup with the new pack for Master Duel, which is coming out tomorrow, which has Branded in it, which is pretty sick, actually. I mean, I think we have to wait and see for the exact contents of the pack because we only saw like the cover cards. But I think I'm looking forward to this upcoming Worlds qualifier format. I think it's a very interesting format because like I've seen the breakdown of the current top 10 in Master Duel, which is like I think it's basically just Cool Tune and Sky Striker. I think Branded entering the mix. I mean, I like all three of those decks. I think that's an interesting format. Radiant Typhoon Zodiac seems fun. Yeah, dude, I've been thinking about it more because, of course, I did upload a first reaction to the Broad Bowl ban list, but the more I think about it, the more I feel like Broad Bowl does have some potential. I don't know if Zodiac itself is going to benefit that much from it, but I think Zodiac, like in the year 2026, I feel like it could just go and be a really good like sub engine. Like that's what people have been doing all year anyways, like slapping different engines or different decks. And I feel like a Ratpier Barrage Tenki package, I feel like that could work in a bunch of decks. It gives you a lot of stuff. Why do you sound kind of weird? I think it's because we just moved in and this room is bigger than my previous one and it's completely empty. So there's some echo because literally the only thing I did was set up my PC in the room. I have some plans for this room, like a dueling setup for that I can record on and stream with. So there's a little bit of extra room in this one, which is partially one of the reasons why we moved, so that we have more room for that kind of stuff. But the room as a result, as of now, is relatively empty. So there's literally just there's this desk, and then there's like I just threw the stuff on the giant card up there because I didn't want it to be completely empty. But yeah. So yeah. It's been exciting times, but we also have a couple of things to talk about because I haven't been live for a while. So let's get started, shall we? Let's warm up. Let's see if I still have it in me, and then we will get to our usual business. You look younger. I don't. Yeah, I shaved yesterday. I don't know. I felt like it. This is Rabby Dragon. Maybe I did it so you guys would stop calling me Unk. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work though. Oh, this is the needle. Killer Needle. Have you practiced the Duel Links deck yet? A little bit. Yeah, I started like yesterday or 2 days ago. I started testing it a little bit. Slice, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. This is a Gradle card. Gradle Impact? Capture? Oh. Combat. Nope. We are gonna look into the new pack tomorrow, but in a different way, because I'm gonna be in the UK tomorrow for a Challenger Cup stream from the Konami studios again. So basically, it's gonna be on this channel, and it's gonna be a little bit later than usual, but there's gonna be we're gonna watch a tournament with the new pack, which I think is also exciting, because I usually, when there's a new pack that has like just okay stuff in it, sometimes the Challenger Cups are kind of like weird because people still play all the old stuff when in reality I want to see the new stuff. I don't think that's going to be the case tomorrow. Because I think Branded, like people are going to play Branded tomorrow. Like that deck is good in Master Duel, I think, especially in Best of One. This is a Rocket. Metal Rocket. Are you coming to UK Nats next weekend? No, I'm playing the Duel Links Worlds qualifier next weekend. But I promised Farfa that I will help him prepare for nationals on the weekend a little bit. We're gonna remote duel with Farfa. I don't know what he wants to play yet, but he wanted to practice a little bit. I said sure. Which is another challenge because currently I don't have my remote duel set up yet. Like the top down camera is not installed yet. I have to do that. Which also means no Charlie cam. But Charlie hasn't really discovered this room yet. he's been mostly upstairs most of the time. So he's not really gonna come here, I think. What, I just resubbed and there's no Charlie cam? There will be. Calm down. There will be. Some Naturia cage? Is that a thing? No. Insect neglect. Terradrock, thank you for the 30 months, which is the same as 30 years. Yes, absolutely correct. Oh, this is a Destiny hero. Destiny hero. This is Departed. I think this is an infestation, but I'm not gonna try my luck with which one. Terminus. This is Dragon Shrine. Does this feel familiar or not? I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. Reverse Breaker. Okay, no. If you were to ban one of these, is it Rotary or Q? I mean, I think Rotary is the more bannable one between those two. Well, this is a Trickstar. That is Lilybell. That is OG Flame Swordsman. Oh, dude, I didn't fully read the thing. It said Flame Swords Dance. I didn't realize. I just looked for something with the right length and with the right like start. Seed of Deception. I don't know. Sinister Seeds. This is Rafflesia. We are not on great pace today. Wait, this feels familiar. Oh yeah, anti-magic arrows. This is Fire Fist. Or Oh, this is sulfur cord. Sulfur cord. Does anyone know which one? I don't. I'm guessing. Nope. This is sulfur cord though, right? Maybe it's a spell? Dreamia. Okay. Probably a Valkyrie. Dritte? I don't know. I've seen you, but I don't know. I don't know who you are. Larvas. Okay. Chaos Betrayer. Oh, what are these cards right now? Oh, this is Tyranno Infinity. Hey, 300 points. This is the dinosaur that searches Lost World. Or is it Lost World? No. Destroyer Saurus? Yeah. Oh, this is something. This is like an equip spell, support spell. Dude, Fairy of the Spring. Yeah. That is Chthonian Emperor Dragon. This is Hyozanryu. Madolche. Madolche. The chocolate mode, right? This is Dark World. This could be Ceruli. Please be Ceruli. Nice. Wait, this is Lost World. This is Dark Lady. Hola, thank you for the 48 months. This is the some moving fortress. Oh, Reprodocus. You should be banned. Some starving venom. Which one? Venomy? Nope. Is there another Venomy? There is another Venomy. Okay. What is this? It looks like Neptis. Oh, Gizmek Yata. Okay. Don't know who you are. Phantom Magician. Cool looking card. That is Hey Trunade. Don't ask me why I can tell the difference between Hey Trunade and Giant Trunade, because I don't even know. But somehow I know that that's Hey Trunade. Apocraluf. That's an X-Saber. Dude, it's not Gotham's. It Commander Gotham's. Oh, it doesn't have X-Saber in its name. That's mean. That is Ritual Beast, Canahawk. Ulti Canahawk. Luck, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Raid Raptor, Ultimate Falcon. Constellar. Is that Pleiades by any chance? Please, I know that one. Nice. That's Shadol Fusion. Not, dude, I clicked too fast. I didn't see the L. That's a digital bug. I'm skipping the digital bug. I don't know none of their names. Ladybug. Ladybug. That's okay. That is the Raikou Twilight Sworn, I think. Yeah. Oh, I think that's a spell that has the unicorn on it. I don't know what it's called. Unicorn Beacon. Ooh, Vanity's Ruler. I thought it was Dancepion for a second, but something was off, which was the fact that it was not Dancepion. I think this is an Aquamador. It's not. Lady of D. Oh, my bad. That's just VFD, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. Oh, it's the True King. Yeah. Arastos. What is this? Of Anubis. Judgment of Anubis? Yeah. Ah, 7:30. We're back. We're back with an average round. It's fine. Yeah. Spam, you're washed now. Yep. Triff was right. He's washed. Josh, can you show us some Duel Links gameplay? Not today, but soon. We will play the Worlds qualifier next week, and we will have at least one stream to prepare for it. So yeah. Did you catch up with what happened at Columbus, or are you focused on Duel Links and Master Duel now? French Nationals and the YCS has really been one of the most exciting TCG weekends for me since I started playing the game last year. I did catch up with what happened at YCS Columbus. I mean, in preparation for German Nationals, of course, I did look at the results from that tournament as well. But yeah, it's like in general, I think this time period right now is always the most exciting like period of the year for Yu-Gi-Oh, at least for me, because like we have like a bunch of nationals happening, but especially now, like after nationals, for me is always the most exciting time, because now is like Worlds qualifiers left and right. Like we have for TCG, we have the European Championship coming up, which is for me my last chance at qualifying for Worlds because I didn't make it into the playoffs for the TCG. So that's exciting. Which is not that far away, actually. That's like 5 or 6 weeks from this point. Then we have, even before that, we have the Master Duel Worlds qualifier, which is in 2 weeks, which is exciting. or rather, no, it's like more like, it's like 2.5 weeks, right? 2.5. And then this is something that not everyone is going to play, but I'm also going to play the Duel Links Worlds Qualifier, which is the week before Master Duel, so that is relatively soon. Which is the same. It's basically the exact same format as for Master Duel, where it's like the entire weekend. Did you get a ticket for Genesis on Friday? Yeah, I did. Of course I did. All right, let's do this one as well. Okay, we're looking for a low-level effect monster with high attack, low defense. This screams Link monster. This screams like Link 3, more than 1500 attack. Or Link 2, I guess. What's the World Chalice Link's 2 names? The World Chalice... the one with 2000 attack. Oh, we could do Ib. Okay, not Ib. Okay, it's got 0 defense, but it is not a Link monster. It's a level 1 monster with over 1800 attack? Yeah, that does scream Drytron. You're right. That does scream Drytron. Oh, mano. Okay, Alpha. Well, actually, you know, I was complaining about not hitting it on the first one, but getting it on the second one, I think is fine. How many are there? 4 or 5? I don't know. Not bad. Not bad, I suppose. All right. All right. So once again, excuse the little bit of echo in my voice because I'm in an empty room after we've moved. So I hope it's gonna be fine today. But yeah, warm up out of the way. Welcome to the first stream from my new home, everybody. Hopefully we'll have a lot of fun in this streaming room. It's not fully set up yet, but I have a lot of plans for it. Like I have a little bit of extra space back there where I'm hopefully gonna put up like a little table with like a camera where we can duel and everything. Like it should be a fun time. But I'm gonna need some time to make that all work. The last 2 weeks have really been extremely stressful. Like preparing for moving, attending French nationals to do commentary, attending German nationals to play, and then the next couple of weeks are also not going to be less like exciting / stressful because, well, I'm traveling to the UK tomorrow for the Challenger Cup with the new branded pack in Master Duel, which is exciting. And then Duel Links Worlds Qualifier, Master Duel Worlds Qualifier, and then European Championship and everything. So yeah, busy times. But I did want to get a stream in today to catch up on everything. So welcome everybody. What would you play in a Striker and Cool Tune locals if you couldn't afford Fallen and the Virtuous in Striker? Like replacing Fallen and the Virtuous in Striker is what you're asking? What replaces? I was about to say you can try Super Poly because you get the extra deck space as well, which I think is not bad. At the same time, you're saying like people in your locals are playing Cool Tune and Striker, and Super Poly I don't think is great in the Striker matchup. So you could just pick Super Poly and side it out in the mirror, I suppose. Crown. I mean, look, if we're talking about Fallen and the Virtuous being out of the budget, then I feel like Crown is not an option. Because like Fallen and the Virtuous is relatively expensive for a card from a structure deck. I think it's like $5 to $10, somewhere around that, depending on which version. But Crown is definitely more than that, so yeah. Plus the Ecclesia, right? Plus the Ecclesia is like 40 at least. And you do need the Ecclesia. So yeah. All right, anyways. Let us begin by talking about the tournament that I attended last weekend that I, of course, posted updates about on my Twitter. If you guys were following that, you already know I didn't do so well in this tournament, even though I really needed to in order to have a chance in the World's Points race. which as a result also means I am not in the top 16 for the world's points in Europe, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. And I wanted to talk about the tournament as a whole a little bit, as well as the deck that I played. So yeah, German National Championships turnout this year, 1,800 and 1,850 roughly duelists, which is relatively small, I want to say. I was a little bit surprised when they announced that the tournament was only going to be 14 rounds. I think it was like the day or 2 days before the event, we got an email with all the info on like when to submit the deck lists and so on and so forth. And in that email, it said we're going to play 14 rounds of Swiss, which already indicated that we're going to have less than 2,000 players, which I thought was a little surprising, especially with the huge turnout that the French National Championship had. But I mean, 1,800 and 1,850 duelists is still like big. It's still very, very large. But I wonder what caused it to be a little bit smaller, because I did ask how much space they had, and they could have fit a little over 2,000 in there, but we didn't reach the full capacity, unfortunately. Was that low for a German national? It's like, I would say for in the grand scheme of things, it's still relatively big. Like it's probably still a top 5, definitely top 10 nationals of all time in terms of size for Germany. But I feel like recent years were slightly bigger. I'm not sure. Same weekend as Dokumi, maybe. Could have had could have an impact. Yeah, Dokumi is like what? Is like an anime fan convention, I think, which probably has some crossover with the with the Yu-Gi-Oh player base. So yeah, could be that. Could be that a couple 100 people chose to go there instead. I don't know, but at the end of the day, it was still almost 1,900 players, which is still pretty big. And we played 14 rounds of Swiss and then a top 8. And the deck that ended up taking it all is Sky Striker, which I thought was awesome to see. We're going to talk about my own tournament experience and my own deck choice in a second here, but I did not bring Sky Striker to this tournament. And a lot of people were very surprised by that when I told them. And I mean, in hindsight, you can say, well, Josh should have played Sky Striker, huh? Which, I mean, in hindsight, I can't really argue with that. Fair enough. Maybe I should have. I think it's awesome that the deck was able to win. I didn't believe enough in it, and I guess I got punished for it. That's fair enough. I'll accept my punishment. But I was still very happy to see that Sky Striker was able to take it all. Overall, very diverse top 8 breakdown with 2 cool tunes, a Sky Striker, a Branded, even a Yummy was able to make it in. A Doomsday, a Draco Tail, and a Radiant Typhoon. A couple of decks that I personally didn't expect to do so well, then a couple others that I did expect. Basically, Cool Tune, Striker, Branded, and Doomsday are all decks that I expected to see in Top Cut, or at least close to it. But Yummy, Radiant Typhoon, and Draco Tail are, in my opinion, are definitely outliers that I didn't really expect to do super well. I will say once again, even last weekend at YCS Columbus, it was Jesse winning with Draco Tail. This weekend, it was Julius top 8ing with Draco Tail. And I'm sure, once again, it being piloted by a very good and accomplished player had a role in its ability to perform, because I don't think we had anyone else even close to top 8 with Draco Tail. But it's still, I'm happy to see that it is still showing up at least. Yeah. All right, my personal experience. This is the deck that I chose to play. Very creative, cool tune duelist I was for this weekend. I mean, we can talk about the list a little bit and the reasons why I chose to play the deck. Essentially, so for me, I already talked about this like a week or 2 ago on stream, where I told you guys my options for nationals are Cool Tune, Branded, and Sky Striker. Those were the 3 decks that I was considering going into this tournament. Essentially, Sky Striker being my favorite deck of the format, but not necessarily the deck I believed in the most, due to a couple of factors. Number 1, the popularity of Droll and Lockbird, which was a relatively popular card this national championship. But also the popularity of cards like Solemn Accusation, as well as Lightning Storm. Those were the 2 cards that I was scared the most with Sky Striker, which is like basically, oh, you go first post side, you have to struggle with Lightning Storm and maybe Feather Duster, which is only limited, but still. And then if you go second post side, you have to really worry about cards like Solemn Accusation. So I was that ultimately was the reason or the thing that drove me away from Sky Striker a little bit. Like I really like that deck right now, but I didn't want to get blown out by like random like just cards you can't really. I mean, you can play around them to an extent, but they still really put your opponent at an advantage if they see them, right? Like it was essentially Golden Lockbird, Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, and Solemn Accusation. Those 4 cards I saw in almost every single deck list, and I really didn't want to like play into that too much. At the end of the day, I ended up playing against a lot of those cards, even when I was playing Cool Tune. But it was not as bad for Cool Tune as it would have been for Sky Striker in those particular instances. But basically, that was just my reasoning why I decided to not use Sky Striker at this tournament. But of course, as you can see, it is still very much possible to perform with Sky Striker, even if those cards are being played and are in the format. The other option that I had was Branded, which is a deck that I also really like this format. I think it's really strong into some of the other top tier decks in the format. Namely, I think it has a solid matchup into Cool Tune. It has a really good matchup into other Sky Strikers, which was another reason, I suppose, why I was scared to play Sky Striker. The Sky Striker versus Branded matchup is relatively hard for Sky Striker. The Branded deck is one of the decks that actually outgrinds Sky Striker. Not many decks can say that about themselves, but Branded does win against Sky Striker in the grind game most of the time. And I was scared of running into too many Brandeds with Sky Striker as well. I ultimately, with how my matchup panned out, which we're going to talk about in a second, I should have played Branded. If I had perfect information beforehand and I knew exactly what I was gonna face against, I would have played. I should have played Branded, because Branded would have done really well into the matchups that I faced. But more about that in a second. The reason why I was afraid to bring Branded was because there was a couple of decks popping up the week before that I was really scared of with Branded. In general, just like Nationals is a format where you never know exactly what you face. I think I faced like 8 or 9 different decks throughout my tournament. I played against 0 Cool Tune, by the way, in my entire tournament. It was really hard to predict what was going to happen. And I was scared of a couple of matchups with Branded, basically because Branded is a board breaker deck, right? Branded is a board breaker deck, and there's a couple of decks in the format right now that are really hard to board break. Power Patron, the deck that Jeff Jones basically created at YCS Columbus, was a deck that a couple of my friends were talking about, were considering for the tournament, and so I was scared to go second against that with a board breaker deck like Branded, and then you sit across a Morphage Sloth and a Morphage Lechery, and you can't play the game, right? That's something I was scared of, especially because like my objective for this Nationals was technically not winning it, but I just needed to get a solid placement to get the Worlds points, right? So like I would have been happy with like a solid X3 performance, even though normally I try to pick my deck as to giving me the best chances to win the event. But for me, being in the Worlds race this year, I was kind of incentivized to pick something that's just like consistent, doesn't have any auto losses, and so on and so forth, just to try and go like X3. And that's why I ultimately ended up on Cool Tune, because I didn't want to get like blown out by random FTK decks, which could absolutely happen. Like literally, my first round was against Fairy Tail, and I lost the dice roll. I ended up losing the match anyways with Cool Tune, because I just didn't draw enough hand traps to stop them, which also felt really bad. But the reality is with Branded, I also would have had a really tough time in that matchup, right? It's basically like draw Fuwa or bust, or maybe a Super Poly can get you there against. But if they do the full Fairy Tail combo, I'm not even sure if it's good enough. So yeah, those are the reasons why I ultimately ended up on this deck. I wanted to play a deck. We will talk about what my learning from this event is, but in theory, I felt like, playing a hand trap deck like Cool Tune would give me a good chance against like these kind of rogue decks, and in theory, it would make like the dice rolls less impactful because, well, I'm playing a lot of hand traps. Personally, my dice roll luck this tournament if you followed me on Twitter throughout my day and tournament results, you already know that this tournament, and this is why I'm also not, I don't feel too bad about my performance, because I look back at it and I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe I could have played Branded, maybe I could have played Sky Striker. Those are decks I do enjoy more, and those are decks that I could have done better with into the specific matchups I ended up getting. But at the same time, I was incredibly unlucky this weekend, which is also something you need to realize sometimes. Not to blame anything on that alone, but I lost. I played 11 rounds until I dropped, because I did end up making day 2 at X3, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep playing to try and get X3 for the Worlds points. I played 11 rounds and I won 3 dice rolls. I went 3 and 8 in dice rolls, which is criminal. And I also hit really bad matchups for Cool Tune. I hit 3 Sky Strikers, which is something like, of course, I expected to play against Sky Striker. That was the reason why I ended up putting the Droll and Lockbirds into my main deck. But I played against 3 Sky Strikers. I never saw Droll and Lockbird once going second against Sky Striker, so that was kind of like, and like it was weird. I played Ghost Ogres because I felt like they were good against Doomsy. They are good against Branded. They're okay in the mirrors, not crazy good in the mirror, but they're okay. And like really good into like Power Patrons and stuff like that. Basically the matchups that I just told you about that I was scared with Branded. I never played against Doomsy. I never played against Power Patron. And I only drew Ghost Ogre against the matchups where it sucks. Like I only drew Ghost Ogre against Sky Striker. I only drew Ghost Ogre against like Mitsurugi. It was really rough. Oh yeah, this is the side deck. I decided to do the thing where you have a lot of hand traps in your main deck, and then for some matchups you side deck into board breakers, which worked out pretty fine for me. I liked that approach with Cool Tune. I decided to play the third Fallen and the Virtuous in the side deck because I was struggling to fit it in the main deck, but I really wanted it for some matchups. Like in the Cool Tune mirror, I think the Fallen and the Virtuous is a great card, even going second, to bait out cards like Zaylin and RS to make room for like your Illusion Gate in the mirror. I really like the side deck. I also, one of the things that I find a little confusing with Cool Tune right now is that a lot of people are siding like 5 trap cards in it, even though they play like no cards in the main deck that they have to side out going first. In my experience, this deck is exceptionally strong going first. Even if you don't have like a Solemn Judgment or a Solemn Accusation. So with no cards in my main deck being forced to side out going first, I didn't really see the need to side deck like cards like Solemns. And I wanted to focus on going second. And in order to deal with board breakers, I just played like the searchable traps, the reframing and the Cool Tune playlist, so that you can make your board stronger post side without actually having to hard draw any of your side deck cards. I thought that was efficient. I thought that was good. And I lost exactly 2 games going first in the entire tournament. I lost 2 games going first. One of which, my opponent's hand, I just looked at it and it was completely insane. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a completely busted hand going first. And I slightly misplayed that game. It was against Fairy Tail in round 1. I feel like I was still a little tired or something, but I feel like I could have won that game if I played better. And then the only other time I lost going first, was when I bricked. I just had no play against, it was against one of my Sky Striker opponents. It was like round 8 or something. I don't remember which round it was, but I lost going first against Sky Striker because my hand was like, it was literally 5 non-engine. And I could not find a play in like the next 1 or 2 turns. Which was also, I think, the only game I saw Droll against Sky Striker was that match where I didn't have a play next to it. But yeah. Cool Tune generally doesn't play Fuwa in the main. I was considering Fuwa in the main. I thought about it. I just like, And of course, had I known how my dice rolls would go, I would have played it. I would have played it, but I was just too scared. I think this deck against, like, there's a lot of decks in the format where if you go first, I think you're favored. Like, but you do need every card in your hand. You do need every card in your hand in order to beat decks like Sky Striker. And I just think you can't afford a dead draw Fuba going first, especially when it's not a tuner. Like, that's like one of the things with like something like Psyframes, right? Like, I think you can play Psyframes in this deck. I don't think they're horrible. The driver is obviously terrible, but the Psyframes, like, at least they're tuners, so you can do something with them when you draw them going first. Like, you normal summon Mix, you get hand trapped. If you have the Delta, you can at least extend. But Fuba, you can just do nothing with, pretty much. You have no use for this card whatsoever. You're just playing one card down. And I don't really think this deck can afford to do that going first. So that's that. How was Harmonia for you? Harmonia is good. I mean, Harmonia is... I cited it out in some matchups. Like, against the matchups where the removal isn't that good, like Sky Striker and Mitsurugi, I side out 2. I keep 1 for Magnamut. But it's really good in the mirror, and it's really good against Branded. Did you like the Ogres? I feel like it doesn't do enough. The Ogres were probably the worst card in my deck, but I would probably play them again because I think my reasoning for playing them was okay. It's just that the metagame at Nationals is incredibly hard to predict, and this card is really good against a couple of cards in a couple of decks in the format, like Doomsy. It's good against Branded to hit the Albaz or the Ecclesia Synchro. Power Patrons, Fairy Tales, like there's a lot of decks where like Ghost Ogre is randomly really strong. And my reasoning to go with 3 copies is because in the other matchups where I don't want it, it is still a tuner that I can like synchro with and make a Zalen, which I figured was okay. And that ended up being true. Like in a lot of the matchups game 1, when I drew the Ghost Ogre, I could make use of it. Like I would just not use it, and I would use it as a tuner in hand. And that was all right a lot of the times. So yeah. No Crackle. I never missed Crackle. I really never missed Crackle. So I was considering cutting down on either Remix or RS, but both of these, I've summoned the second copy of both of these more often than I ever summoned Crackle. I really didn't feel like I needed the second the Crackle. Leo, thank you for the gifts. Appreciate you. So yeah. Was Doomsy ever an option for you since you mentioned it was strong in testing? Doomsy was a deck that I considered, but at the same time, I feel like Doomsy has a similar matchup spread to Branded, but I think it's just a little bit worse than Branded at most of the things, right? Like, I think Branded is better into Sky Striker than Doomsy. Branded is also better into Doomsy than Doomsy. Branded is about the same level of good into Cool Tune, I think. So I think it's like I think Doomsy is completely viable, but I feel like Branded would just does it better. 3 Illusion Gate, even though it's once per turn. I mean, it's once per duel technically if you resolve it, but the reason for 3 for me was that if I ever saw 2, I could just use the first one to bait negations, because I never in the matchups where I side in Illusion Gate, in a lot of them, I don't expect them to have like 0 ways to stop it. Like something like Branded Retribution or RS or Zalen or whatever, right? Like if you draw 2 Illusion Gates, you just make it so that if they have a way to negate one, you just slap the other one, and that's fine. So I've been liking it. I didn't draw it as much as I would have liked to. But yeah. Accusation. Yeah, okay. In the specific case where you draw double Illusion Gate and they have Accusation, it's bad. But I don't think that's a good reasoning to not play a 3 of. How did day 2 go? Round 10, I won. And round 10, I won against. Let's go from the start. Let's go from the start. Okay, so we can go over it a little bit from the best of my memory. So round one, I played against Fairy Tale. And by the way, I should have known at the start of round one that it was not going to be my day, because we rolled with 2 dice and I rolled a 2 with 2 dice, which was not the only time that happened throughout the weekend. Funnily enough, I rolled multiple 2s with 2 dice. This nationals, it was so cursed. But anyways, I went second against Magister's Fairy Tale, and I felt okay about my chances of winning it. But their hand was like oddly specifically powerful, which was like it was weird because I opened my hand was Harmonia, Bell, and 3 Engine, which was not the greatest hand. But then my opponent went normal summon Fuwa and activated Metamorphosis into one of the super rare Fairy Tale fusion that summons 1 from deck. And then I ended up using Harmonia to try to cut them off of bodies, because I felt like, from my perspective, I know about the Fairy Tale deck, but I haven't like hardcore tested it. I felt like normal summon Fuwa, activate Metamorphosis was not their ideal opener, right? I felt like that's not what they want to do necessarily. If they have other like great starters in hand, they probably use those instead, and maybe even discard the Fuwa in case I'm playing like whatever. So I tried to cut them off early with the Harmonia. It was basically like they went like summon the level 4 fusion guy, summon 1 from deck, and then they activated the effect of that one. I think it may have been Machigiru. I'm not sure which one they summoned. And then I went Harmonia, popped the monster, and then Melong to bounce the fusion because I was trying to cut them off bodies. And then they chained the Megistus quick spell, the Lacrima magic. Which is basically, it's not a starter in the deck, but it's like a premium extender, this one. That card, it's like basically, yeah, it's basically called by the grave for the deck, right? Basically, if your opponent dares to interact with you, you just get to special a monster from your hand or deck, and you can even copy that effect another time later with the Witchcrafter Jenny or whatever. So like they had that. And then I also learned that Ghost Bell apparently does basically nothing against Fairy Tale. So like this, I don't know. I was watching the entire combo very closely after that, but I didn't find a good spot to bell them. It felt like the deck is almost immune to Ghost Bell. So the fact that Ghost Bell was my second hand trap was really bad against Fairy Tale. And then game 2 is the game where I feel like I should have won game 2 if I played a little bit better, because I did end up comboing and looking at their hand and top deck. The problem was that like I really underestimated the power of Kaiju plus Fairy Tale Luna, which is funny because that's something you would maybe say in 2017. But they had a Kaiju and Fairy Tale Luna, but they also had Super Poly, so it was really weird for me to make a board. It was really weird for me to make a board against, like, it was Super Poly, Kaiju, and Luna. It was awkward. So I decided I think I went wide. I didn't just pass on one monster because then I just get Kaiju'd. So I summoned multiple monsters. And here's the thing, right? I did find a way to stop them from playing completely, right? I looked at their hand. I looked at their top deck. I was like, okay, if I do this, this, and that, they cannot combo me. And so I took that route. The problem was that route left me on no follow-up. So I needed to draw any starter next turn. And I didn't, but I still had like Zaylin, called by something else, and then I top decked another non-engine next turn, so I couldn't play. But I was like, okay, they're down to like 2 cards. Maybe it's probably still good enough because I top decked like Effect Veiler, and I had Zaylin and called by. I was like, hopefully that's enough against 2 cards plus whatever they draw. But then they top decked Imperm for my Zaylin, which was rough. And then they played through it. And I'm wondering, maybe there was a better way for me to do that. but I don't recall the exact hand that they had besides those, like the Super Poly, the Kaiju, and like a couple of engine cards, and a crown. So it was weird. It was a weird game. I figured out a way to stop them, but then I didn't draw follow-up, which was annoying. But yeah, I lost round 1. I lost round 1. Then round 2, I played against Sky Striker, which I'm gonna be honest with you, I lost the dice roll there, and both of those games I absolutely should have lost. But they didn't interrupt me correctly, I think. Maybe it's also just because I'm looking at it from my perspective, but I feel like they had the game. Like I think in game 1, they made like it was like 0 plus 4 or 5 sets. And I only had rotary and no other like engine. I went rotary, reveal, ghost ogre, summon rotary, and they didn't pop it with 0. Which I thought was crazy. And then they lost from there because I made like the track maker, and it was far too much at that point. So yeah, they just let me summon rotary and synchro with it. And game 2, I don't remember exactly what happened game 2, but it was something similar. Like I remember feeling like they should win game 2, and then they didn't. But yeah. And then round 3, I got another Sky Striker. I lost another dice roll. This one was frustrating, but this one also I don't feel bad about my deck choice, because this one I feel like I would have lost with no matter what deck I would have played. Because I lost the dice roll, I went second. Game 1, they basically have the dream start for Sky Striker. It was like Vision, draw 2, discard, activate Rhoda, get Ray, activate engage 3 or 4 times in the first turn. And then when I started playing, I got rolled immediately. And I think I lose that with most other decks as well, so it's okay. I had Ash Blossom, but it didn't stop them from doing enough. Then I won game 2 going first. I don't remember exactly what happened there. And then game 3, I remember drawing my hand game 3 and thinking like, hey, this is genuinely winnable. I have a really good hand here, even though they were comboing. But my hand was like, I had Lightning Storm, Prosperity, Called by the Grave, and like 3 engine cards after I drew. So it was a really good hand. It was a really, really good hand. They had once again, they had a really, really good start. They drew like multiple cards with engages. They had desires. And so the end board was like 0, set 5. And I start my turn with Lightning Storm. I get Solemn Accusation on the Lightning Storm. I activate Pot of Prosperity. I get Solemn Accusation on the Pot of Prosperity as well. I like start playing. I get Ash on my first card after those 2 get negated by Accusation. And I'm like, okay, dude. I mean, now I have 3 cards left. I can't play against like 2 Widow Anchors and Lemnis Gate anymore with 3 cards. That doesn't work. So once again, the thing is like, if my opponent opens like that, even that's when even Branded doesn't have a good matchup against that. even if I had a better deck for this matchup, like even if I was playing Sky Striker myself, or even if I was playing Branded myself, I don't think it makes a difference really in this particular one. Was it Ash or Crown? Oh yeah, it was Crown. It was not Ash. I normal summoned and I got Crowned. Yeah, that was that. It was Accusation on Lightning Storm, Accusation on Prosp. I go normal summon, they go Crown. I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, I'm not beating that with anything really, unless I draw Droll, which then maybe. But I did play Droll and I didn't have it, so yeah. So honestly, I think this was my worst start to a Nationals ever. I don't remember ever starting 1 and 2, and so far, I only feel like the game 2 against Fairy Tail was winnable at this point in time. Everything else, I don't feel like I had a lot of agency about it. But it is what it is. I mean, sometimes you just go second and your opponent has a good hand. I just wish it wasn't like I literally lost I ended up losing the first 5 dice rolls. But yeah. Round 4 and 5, I played against Mitsurugi, which I think is a good matchup for my deck because the deck is already relatively bricky. And I play really good hand traps against Mitsurugi, except for the Ghost Ogres. Everything else here is pretty solid against Mitsu. So I don't recall the exact games against these Mitsu duelists. I remember that one of those games I bricked, but they also bricked, and then I ended up drawing a starter first. But there wasn't anything super interesting here, other than the fact that I'm now 0-5 in dice rolls, but I'm back to, or finally on a positive record. And even round 6, I won my first dice roll against Orchist. My first dice roll against Orchist, and I take the game 2-0. Going first really wasn't like this was one of those games where you go first with Cool Tune, and you look at your opponent's hand, and you know you won. And then game 2 was, I think they bricked game 2, and that was one of those games where they bricked game 2 because they drew. It was like they showed me their hand afterwards, or well, they showed me with Rotary, but it was like Crown. Like World Legacy, like the World Crown thingy. It was the Orchestrated Nightmare. I think it was the Orchest Field Spell, and then it was like Dominus Impulse and Called by the Grave or something like that. And they didn't get out of it because I'm playing Cool Tune, so I resolve Q Graveyard Effect, and yeah, they didn't draw a starter next turn either. And then round 7, I lose another dice roll. It's the third Sky Striker in 7 rounds, which, I mean, Sky Striker is a popular deck, but bro, that's not very likely to see 3 of. I mean, so far I've played 0 mirror matches, I've played 0 branded, I've played 0 Doomsday, which those are the decks I was mainly worried about. Those were the decks I built my deck for, and I saw none of them. And this time this was a really frustrating round. Because game one, I went second, and they had a solid start again. I mean, Sky Striker is just really consistent, but like I just never had hand traps to stop them from playing. They always got to resolve engages. I had Ash a couple of times, but it didn't do anything. And then they had also Crown, but I was almost able to play through it. And then it was like my last extender. My last extender was the I think the Cool Tune Field Spell. And I remember like I grinded through all of their back row. This was one of those games where I used, it was kind of cool. It was one of those games where I used Harmonia to send the Ecclesia Synchro, and then I used Fallen and the Virtuous to send the Albion. That way I could then use the Ecclesia Synchro to out like their last back row. So I outed their last back row with the Ecclesia. And so they were out of disruption on the board. They had like 1 or 2 cards left in hand. I activate the Cool Tune Field Spell. I tribute my Harmonia, and they have Ash in hand, and so I can't play. And then game 2 was the one game going first in the tournament that I lost because I bricked. Because it was like, I think it was called by Fallen and the Virtuous and 3 other hand traps. So yeah. And at this point, I had already given up because, I mean, 4-3 is literally something that I don't remember the last time I had such a bad start at a Nationals. And I already knew that like my tiebreakers were going to be pretty bad because of it. I decided to play the last 2 rounds of day 1, and I ended up winning. It was, let me try and remember my matchups. It was round 8 was Enneacraft. Round 8 was Enneacraft. And I lost that dice roll. No, I won that dice roll. I won the dice roll against Enneacraft, Park Champion. I won the dice roll against Enneacraft, and I bricked again. At which point I was like, okay, dude, screw this. But they played Enneacraft. So I got out of it because I drew, like, they just, like, I went first, I went set to pass, they went, like, summon a couple of Enneacraft dudes, I drawed them, which I drew going first, which was nice, and then I drew a play next turn, and I noticed that it's still really easy to beat Enneacraft if you know what the cards do, and they told me afterwards they were really disappointed that I never went to Chainlink 3 because they had the Spider, the one that, like, when your opponent goes Chainlink 3 or higher, it negates everything. So what I did was basically I only put 2 chain links at a time, and I always put the one that destroys on chain link 1 and then the other one on chain link 2. Like, for example, I make Track Maker with Mix and Clip. I go chainlink 1 mix to destroy one of their monsters, chainlink 2 trackmaker to search. They can't prevent the mix in that case. So yeah, I kind of just played through their board in game 1 and game 2. In game 2, they even had Dimension Shifter, and it didn't matter. Like I got shifted. They set up some Enya crafts, and then I played through it in the next couple of turns, and I won. So that was Enya craft in round 8, and then in round 9 I played against Mitsurugi K9, which I 2-0'd. Game 1, I just hand trapped them to death. That was one of the few times where it actually worked, the hand trapping approach, because it was like I think I Veilered Aramasa, and then I like belled Lupus, and then they passed. Like they had Izuna for Lupus, I belled it, and then they passed. And then game 2, I put them under Fuba, and they gave me like 5 cards. So I ended up like destroying them with Illusion Gate. Like they gave me like 5 cards under Fuba to end on like a couple of Mitsu rituals, an IP, and a couple, and like the Mitsu trap. I ended up using Fallen and the Virtuous in draw phase on the IP. They negated it with the Mitsu trap, so then they couldn't stop my Illusion Gate. And then I took their Murakumo, which was pretty disgusting. So yeah, I ended up going 6-3 on day 1, which is obviously not what I wanted to do. But, you know, and then my tiebreakers miraculously were good enough to make day 2, which I didn't think was going to happen because of my early losses. I didn't think I was gonna make day 2, but I did. And so I was like, you know what? There's 5 more rounds tomorrow. If I win all 5, I would actually be in like top 32 roughly, depending on the tiebreakers, maybe a little bit lower. So I decided to try for the world's points. And then I showed up on day 2, round 10. I won my 3rd dice roll of the weekend, and then I beat Mitsurugi. And then round 11, I lost to Branded. And there's not that much to say about the round 11 other than they went first. They had really solid hands in game 1 and game 3, and they played it well. Which I think at that point, like that was one of the most annoying things about Cool Tune or about a hand trap deck in general. And this is one of the takeaways for me. Like if I'm looking back even at my entire season of the World's Race, this past season, I've done the worst whenever I played hand trap decks. And I think the reason for that is that, and it's not entirely like this, but I think partially it's because if you play hand trap decks, I feel like you end up putting a lot of agency into your opponent's hand. That's how I feel about it. I feel like a lot of these games, like my hands weren't even bad, but I just didn't really have outplay potential. It was just like, okay, if my opponent plays this well, then they win. And it was the same thing against Branded. Like my hand in game 3 was like Ash, Bell, Ogre, and 2 starters. But they had a hand with a lot of engine that played through those hand traps. And I held Ghost Ogre for the Albaz fuse and everything, but it just wasn't enough because they maneuvered around it pretty well. And I just couldn't beat it. And I don't like the feeling of giving my opponent that much agency to play around my hand traps. I don't know. In between Branded Striker and Cool Tune, which one do you think is the best choice for Euros? It's hard to say because we get more cards before Euros, right? We get the Battles of Legends set literally comes out tomorrow, right? I don't know how relevant that is though. But we do also get Chaos Origins, right? Chaos Origin is out for Euros. So yeah, I do think we're gonna take a look at the metagame from the OCG in a second, which is Chaos Origin format right now. But yeah, that's also gonna change the format a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. Looking back, I think this is one of the I think it's one of the most important things at improving in this game is looking back at your performances and seeing what you did right and seeing what you did wrong. Personally, I don't think choosing Cool Tune was bad. Yes, it's not my favorite type of deck. Yes, something like Sky Striker or Branded suits me better. But Cool Tune is a good deck. You know, there's other people doing really well with Cool Tune. Yuna got second with Cool Tune. It was, even though it was just 2, it was still the most represented deck in Top Cut. Like, it's a good deck. You know, the deck choice was not necessarily the issue. My play with the deck was, I think, okay. Like I said, I think there's one game in particular that I should have won that I misplayed in. I think in all the other games I played fine, and the ones that I lost, I couldn't have done anything different. It was the one game against Fairy Tail that I could have played better, I think. I think my reasons for picking this deck were fair enough. Like, for this tournament, my goal was to make like top 16, top 32 with a solid record in Swiss to get the world's points, right? Like, I wanted to go, basically, if you had told me before the tournament, hey, you're going to go X3, which is not Top Cut, it's not winning, are you happy with that? I would have said yes. Normally, I would never do this. If I go to like a YCS, I'm playing to win. But for this Nationals, for the world's points race, like, I would have accepted it, you know? So I wanted to play something that's consistent. I wanted to play something that has a chance in every matchup in the format, doesn't have any like auto losses, like combo decks when you go second, for example, for Branded, right? Like Power Patrons or something like that. I didn't want to have any matchup where like if I hit it, I can't do anything. And I think Cool Tune does this. I think Cool Tune is consistent. Cool Tune has the hand traps to cover like the random FTK matchups. Like literally multiple times throughout the weekend, just to give you an idea of how wide the format was, I played next to Earth Machine FTK multiple times. I don't know if it was 2 or 3 times, but there was multiple times I looked to my right or to my left and there's someone FTKing with Earth Machines. And it's like, okay, yeah, like if I had just gotten this matchup this round and I was playing Branded and I was on my insane dice roll loss streak, I would also be losing that, right? And then everyone would be like, hey, why didn't you play Cool Tune? That deck is safe from those matchups, right? So it's always easy to say like, oh, well, in hindsight, you should have done this or that. Like, yes, if I know that I'm facing off against 3 Sky Strikers, 0 Cool Tune, and like multiple Mitsurugis, I'm just playing Branded. If I know my matchups in beforehand, I'm just playing Branded for this Nationals because I think I have a very good chance at all those matchups. Like Branded is good against Sky Striker, Branded is solid against Mitsu. Like I didn't play against any Power Patrons, I didn't play against any Earth Machine FTKs, you know. So yeah, it's weird, but I think looking back at it, I think my reasons for playing this deck were solid. Still, at the end of the day, I didn't enjoy playing a hand trap deck. I personally, and this is the same thing throughout like the entire World's Race season. Like I had the most success and I had the most fun when I played high engine decks. When I played Vanquish Soul K9, when I played Sky Striker at YCS Dortmund, right? There was 3 YCSs this season in Europe. I played 3 YCSs in total, and I played a hand trap deck once, and I played high engine decks twice. You know, YCS Lille, I played hand traps with Yummy. YCS Bologna, I played Vanquish Soul. YCS Dortmund, I played Sky Striker. The only YCS that I didn't do well at was the one where I played hand traps. It was the Yummy one. At YCS Bologna, I got top 8 with Vanquish Soul, and at Dortmund, I got top 16 with Sky Striker, which I was happy about. You know, it's not technically a top with the new system, but I was happy with top 16 also for the world's points. And I had a really good time at both of those tournaments as well. So my takeaway from this entire season, is if I'm going to do this again, if I'm going to do the World's Race again ever, if I'm ever in the spot again to decide between like, hey, these 2 decks, which one are you going to pick? I think I should be playing the decks that have like more engine counts. And I think it's completely okay if someone feels differently about this. Because I know that like other people maybe prefer this style of deck, but I just don't. Which doesn't even necessarily have anything to do with Cool Tune itself. I feel like the non-engine that you play, basically, how do I word this? So the decision to play hand traps or board breakers mostly matters when you are going second, right? So it's kind of like going first, you can win in Yu-Gi-Oh! In a multitude of different ways, right? Like you can play combo decks, you can play control decks. I don't really have an issue most of the time winning going first, whether it's Cool Tune or Branded or Sky Striker, like in testing or even in this nationals. Like I told you earlier, I lost 2 games going first in 11 rounds. 2 games going first, I lost. One time I bricked, and one time I messed up a little bit. But other than that, I never had an issue going first. And Cool Tune to me is a fun deck when I'm going first with it. I like the little puzzle thing that you do, right? I enjoy that part a lot. I understand that people don't like going against that sort of thing, but when I do it myself, I find it enjoyable to like figure out, okay, this is my opponent's hand. How can I win this game? I think it's a fun little mini game that you play with Cool Tune. But I really, really hated how this deck plays going second. And I tried to make it better post side with the board breakers, right? I like, for the reasons I mentioned earlier, I didn't want to like main deck the board breakers. I wanted to play hand traps in this deck. If I wanted to play a board breaker deck, I would have played a different one. But I tried solving this problem for me to like side in some board breakers for going second, which worked sometimes, but simply not often enough. Because I just ended up drawing like a mix of like 1 or 2 hand traps, 1 or 2 board breakers, and then if the hand traps, like in some matchups you can hold the hand traps for your own turn where it works really well, like against Branded with Harmonia or Ogre. But it really depends on the matchup. Oh yeah. So long story short, I failed. I didn't make it into the Worlds playoffs, but that's okay. You know, we live and we learn. And I think I did learn a lot this season. And most importantly, I want to make one thing clear. This is not because the format is bad. The reason why I didn't perform at this is not that the format is bad. I am not blaming the format. I actually think the format is pretty good. I would classify my matchups that I had throughout the weekend like 95% pretty healthy decks. That make for a lot of interesting skill expression, which in hindsight makes me feel even stupider for picking a hand trap deck that's trying to stop people from playing the game. Like, I had so many matchups that I could have played such good Yu-Gi-Oh with going second, where I don't need to hand trap them, you know, to play the game. Like, I played against so many Sky Strikers, Mitsurugis, Brandeds, like all decks that I'm completely fine going second into if I don't have any hand traps in hand. With the only exception, Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale is a little bit too strong if it goes full combo, right? Like the Fairy Tale deck is a little bit over the top, which is not what I was hoping to run into round 1, go second against, and then get comboed by. But I mean, combo decks are part of the format. It's okay as long as they're not taking over. As long as they're not completely taking over, it's fine. And I mean, this breakdown shows that the combo decks are not taking over, right? Like there's a lot of variety in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. The majority of decks in this top 8 are completely fine. Even Doom Z, for a combo deck, I find Doom Z rather acceptable, which is weird because they have Doom Z Destruction, which is a really cringe trap card. And I guess it depends on the format. Like in some formats, it could be more toxic than others. Depending on what the decks rely on going second, but just the fact that like a lot of decks in the format can actually play the game even under Doom Z Destruction, I guess is fine. But Doom Z Destruction has the potential to be really problematic. But Doom Z is like really breakable. I think that's one of the main takeaways. Like it's basically, in some ways, it feels like a good deck, and it definitely feels like a better combo deck than decks were back in the day. But it still feels like it's more like in line to how combo decks used to be balanced back in the day, right? Where it was like, okay, well, you play a combo deck, you make a really good board, but you're weak to something like board breakers, like Dark Ruler or something. And I feel like Doom Z is kind of like down that route again, which I think is cool. Is not the case for the Power Patron deck or something like that. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I think the issue in that case doesn't stem from bad archetype design. That is, once again, that is literally just, we're returning to generic floodgates in that instance, right? That's because people are playing cards from literally like 10 years ago or something. to ruin the game with like a Morphage Sloth or a Morphage Lechery or something like that. None of that is even the fault of like the Power Patron cards. So yeah. I was very lucky I drew Charmy's game 3 going second. Dude, Drizzles, I looked at your deck this morning and you didn't even replace the chance. You just said, fuck it, we ball, we draw starters anyways. Which I thought was funny. I mean, I'm happy it worked. I'm happy to see Radiant Typhoon performing, but this deck has like what, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 starters. Even if we count the Crocea, which is only part in 2-card combos, and I guess 12 if we count the Megala, which is not a lot. And then you do have Pot of Extravagance and Radiant Typhoon Vision to draw some cards, but I feel like that's relatively low. That's risky. That's risky. But it worked, which is cool to see. Manifestation plus Elation is a 2-card combo. Okay, so you replace 2 copies of Chant with an extra with 2 copies of Manifestation, because this 2. Okay, sure. Yeah, no, you just draw these 2 together and do not get hit with a single hand trap, because you will lose to Ash, Bell, Imperm, whatever it is. But okay, yeah, we'll take it. I'm honest, the deck wasn't good. I should have gone 6-8 if my opponent played perfect. I don't think that's a great argument though, realistically, because I'll tell you something. Like in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, or in Yu-Gi-Oh in general, if everyone plays perfectly, most people should have around a 50-50 win rate. Like if all of your opponents play well, you're supposed to lose a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh games. Like that's I don't think that's how it works. I don't like that logic, because I think if most of your opponents misplayed, then you still deserve to win those games. It's kind of weird, because yeah, like I said, if everyone plays perfectly, then well, there's a lot of games you should be losing, probably. So I think one of the most important things in modern Yu-Gi-Oh is actually like playing decks or knowing how to maneuver yourself into situations where opponents can misplay. I see comments on replays like opponent misplayed, like yeah, it's a skill based game. Yeah, pretty much, right? Also, another thing that you that's important to take into account is that not every time it's obvious to your opponent what's obvious to you. Like what I mean by this is sometimes you will look at your hand and you will know that if they negate this one card, you can't play. But they don't know that. So from their perspective, maybe they have a reason to let it go through. Maybe they have a genuine good reason to be like, I'm not negating this card because they could have this or that extender and that will punish me. So yeah. And I think that's something that, especially with Radiant Typhoon, is probably going to happen a lot, right? Like it's probably there's games where you activate like Radiant Typhoon Vision to draw, and your opponent doesn't ash it. But if they do ash it, you pass on the spot because you don't have a starter, right? And I'm sure this happens a ton of times, and it's not necessarily a misplay to not ash Vision. Like sometimes, but then you draw like 2. Let's say Vision is your only play. They don't ash it, and then you draw like Eldam Crocea, and all of a sudden you have 2 plays, and now your ash doesn't do anything anymore, right? The Veiler Lucius phenomenon, yeah, pretty much, right? There's so many games where you normal summon Lucius and they Veiler it, and you would pass, but people are just scared of 5 mana, rightfully so. You know, when you can hold your Veiler for an Arthalion to get guaranteed value from it, then I think it's completely reasonable to hold it. It's not a misplay. But yeah, it's like that. It's like the game where it reminds me of the game in top 8 of French Nationals, where I think it was Julian going first, and he would have passed to 1 Ash Blossom, and Triff had like Ash and Bell and some engine cards and like a board breaker or something, but ended up holding. He held his hand traps, because it was his game plan against his game plan against Branded was to hold the hand traps for his own turn and pair it with board breakers and win that way. And so he followed the game plan and ended up losing it. And then here's the thing, right? That's not necessarily a misplay. It's not necessarily a misplay to let the high spirits resolve if you think you can beat the stuff without having to risk, like, oh, they might have another like extender or something like that, right? I think that's interesting. I think there's a lot of interesting decisions going on that way. Well, yeah. In general, I will say I did enjoy the format. I think the format is in a pretty good spot, actually. And I think this is something that, like, I already felt this way watching the French national championships. But I'm also curious to see how you guys feel about it now after I would assume a lot of you have played German nationals or watched German nationals. Like, to me, it feels like a good format. I feel like we're watching good Yu-Gi-Oh! I feel like a lot of good Yu-Gi-Oh! Is being played. I didn't play my favorite deck for this kind of format, probably. In hindsight, I wish I played something else, but it's okay. The way I feel about Cool Tune in a lot of ways, I've made this comparison before, and I think it's a solid comparison, even though I'm not sure if people are going to agree with me on it, but I think Cool Tune to the format is kind of similar to Cash Tira, where like Cash Tira was probably the best deck in the format after Teal Elements was gone. It was also pretty hated overall. Like, people didn't really vibe with Cash Tira. Like, people hated a Rysart pretty much as they hated like Cool Tune Rotary. But one of the things that made Cash Tira format a lot more bearable, to me personally, was that I felt like you were never forced to play Cash Tira, because Cash Tira was very breakable. Cash Tira had like no negation, was really weak to powerful spell cards. You didn't need to hand trap it. You could just let them make the Arise Art. This is after the zone lock stuff. And like, that format, I felt like it was fine. I felt like that format, and I think Cool Tune is similar, right? Like, Cool Tune is probably the best deck in the format. But if you don't want to play a hand trap deck, if you don't want to play hand trap mirrors, or you don't want to play hand trap wars going second, you're not forced to play Cool Tune right now. Like, Sky Striker is doing well, Branded is doing well, everything, literally everything is doing well. Like, literally everything is doing well. Top 16, there's a Draco Tail, there's a Yummy. There's a Radiant Typhoon, 3 decks that basically, even myself included, thought were not very good. Doomsy is here, Malice is here, unfortunately. Vanquish Soul is here, like, the Power Patron deck is here. Like, there's something here for everyone. And I feel like that's partially due to the nature of Cool Tune being somewhat counterable. Yeah, at least that's how I've been seeing it in these feature matches. I thought even though I think the concept behind Cool Tune is something that a lot of people dislike, and I understand why. I think still the gameplay it provides in practice a lot of the times is probably okay or solid. Was the Power Patron an FTK or Towers Turbo? They didn't post their deck list. But I would assume that it's the Amorphage combo line that Jeff Jones popularized. At least, I know one of my friends played Power Patron, and they played the thing. It was an FTK we had about feature. Oh, wait, what's the FTK in Power Patrons? I know it's Gustav Max, but like, what exactly? What's like the line? You just Gustav Max 4 times. Okay. Which is the same. That's the same as the what's it called, right? The Earth Machine deck also does this, right? They just Gustav Max 4 times. Dude, do you guys think, are they going to limit Gustav Max? They probably should. They probably should. Like, it's weird because I actually, like I said earlier, I going into this tournament, I thought the Earth Machine FTK, I mean, I knew it existed, but I felt like it was like not very popular. and then I played next to it like multiple times. I'm not talking once. I like multiple times I played next to a random like Gustav Max FTK. And multiple people also told me that they played against it. So it was like weirdly popular. There's another way to FTK with one Gustav Max, but it requires a brick. Yeah, I mean, I guess I mean, they could consider banning it, but I feel like that'd be kind of weird because the entire Earth Machine or like that entire like XYZ line is kind of centered around it. But I feel like it's hard to, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it is hard to have like no FTKs exist at all. But they should do something about it when they become popular, I think. I feel like Gustav Max to 1 and then maybe something else would be fine. But yeah. If it requires breaks and is bad, then the limit did its job. I mean, yeah, but those are two different things, right? Maybe it requires a brick, but still is playable or solid enough, I guess. But yeah. Do you think Striker will get hit on the next ban list? I think it's possible. I think it's possible. I don't know if they want to. I mean, I don't have to tell you that I personally wouldn't. I think the deck is fine. I would actually I would take a trade actually. I would propose a trade to the Yu-Gi-Oh community, even as a Sky Striker enjoyer. I would take a Sky Striker hit on the ban list if they get rid of Droll. I would take that trade. And I think that'd be for the better for everybody. Because I do think like if they hit Droll further, I do think Sky Striker does become a lot stronger. Like that is one of the main things that Striker worries about is Droll and Lockbird. So if Droll and Lockbird Copium gets banned, I think Sky Striker like skyrockets in viability even higher. So I would take a trade. I would take a trade where like, you know, Droll gets banned and Sky Striker loses. I don't know, like they can put like Engage to 1 or something or 0. Can you explain how is it fair to draw the entire deck that is so biased, lol? No, I think the person that's biased is you, because what it doesn't matter that Sky Striker draws 4 cards. The end board is fair. Is all you need to look at. Like a Sky Striker turn 1 is literally faster than every combo deck in the format, and the end board is more beatable than every combo deck in the format. So I think Sky Striker hate is giga forced. You don't have to love the deck. You don't have to love the playstyle. That's okay. You know, like it's like I don't like the playstyle of combo decks either, but there's a difference between not liking a deck and actually thinking it's too strong. Like Sky Striker, there's no way you think Sky Striker is too strong. Yeah, the Striker endboard of double accusation crown roll is good. Yeah, but that's an issue. Like they should stop making cards that are way more better going first than going second. Rage baiting accomplished. Yeah. I would rather play versus 100 full power Gokis than 1 Sky Striker. Yeah. Yeah, you're very smart. Glad we limited judgment. Genuinely, I feel like at this point, I mean, I'm sure we've talked about this in the past, but they just limited judgment to make sure people play accusation, right? 100%. Which is funny because people would have already played accusation probably. Like I think people sometimes play accusation over judgment even as the one of. But yeah. Accusation was 20 at one point, now it's 70. Dude, that's crazy. It's 70? I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like it's a very, very popular card. Okay, it's not 70, but it has gone up significantly. It's like the cheapest one is 38, and for a playset, it's 45. 70 in the UK. Okay. I mean, still, you are right. It started out at like 20 something. I'm pretty sure I paid like 20 for mine. Or 25, I don't remember. Needs to be limited. Look, I don't think they're gonna limit Solemn Accusation anytime soon. The reality about this card is they just shouldn't have made it. We simply don't need more side deck cards that are exclusively for going first. We don't need more, like, you know, people are already unhappy about every deck having like Omni Negates going first, and then it's like, yeah, let's make more generic. This is basically a generic Omni for going first. Yes, you have to draw it, but there's also no way to prevent it by like hand trapping or anything like that. So yeah. Agreed. So they should just undo that mistake and ban it. Here's the thing, right? And it's an interesting topic because I don't think it's that simple. Because once you make a card like this that people are picking up for over 100 euros for a playset, you put yourself into a spot where if you now ban it, not everyone is happy about that. Basically, it's a problem you create that didn't need to exist if you just didn't make the card, right? Like you make a card, and this is why generally card design is so important, and you need to be careful with it, because if you make a card that's too powerful and you end up having to ban it, that's not a positive in everyone's eyes, you know? Should have been a super. Yeah, I guess if they were planning to like ban it soon, they could have made it like a super rare, which I guess tells you that I don't think they're gonna ban it anytime soon. I don't think they will, because in general, this is also something that is unfortunately true. I think they are often more lenient with like side deck cards, right? Like I think side deck cards typically tend to go onto the list later, if at all. I think. Oh yeah. Maybe we finally get rid of the side deck. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that's just a thought experiment. I think it's a fun thought experiment, but I don't think that's ever happening. I agree with you. I think the game would probably be better off if they did, but I think that's a complete hypothetical. Personally. But yeah, okay. So that was my experience at German Nationals. I had a good time. I didn't do as well as I hoped, but that's okay. You can't do well at every single tournament. That happens. And I learned from it, I think, and we move on. That's how it goes. Unfortunately, means no World's Points playoff for me this year. And I'm gonna have to step up my game next season if I want to make it into it. But it is what it is. It's okay. We still have a couple of other chances to make it to the World Championships this year. Precisely 3. There are still 3 ways to go to Worlds for me potentially, if I can do it. It's gonna be a lot of work, but I'm willing to put it in. Next chance is in 1.5 weeks. Is the Duel Links Worlds qualifier, which I will be playing and streaming, which is gonna be fun. I'm not doing Rush Duel. I know Rush Duel is this weekend, but I'm not doing Rush Duel. First, I don't enjoy Rush Duel. I play Duel Links, and I looked into the format a little bit, and I think it's enjoyable. I think it probably has a tier 0 deck right now, but I think it's kind of cool. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do Duel Links. I still have to learn. I still have to learn the format. We're gonna have a preparation stream with reigning Duel Links World Champion Sniffus, probably at some point early next week, where he's gonna teach me about like some of the intricacies of the format. Because one of the biggest problems in Duel Links for me is that there's a lot of cards being played that I'm not super familiar with. because they never see play in the TCG. There's a couple of decks, a couple of cards that you would never see in the TCG, but they're good in Duel Links because the skills make it work. So yeah, that's gonna be something, you know, I'm gonna need to like learn some of the skills and everything. I'm gonna have to put in some work. So yeah. If it's uploaded a video with gameplay for that deck, we could watch that. We will. I just don't want to do it today because I you know, I want to have a dedicated preparation stream where we can do that. Can't brick if you have skills. That's one of my favorite things about Duel Links. And this is the thing, if you've played Duel Links last, like maybe like when it came out or something, you remember it as like this super watered down and slow form of Yu-Gi-Oh, which is not, it's not what it is anymore. It's basically full power like Yu-Gi-Oh decks now, with the added bonus of the skills, which you might think makes stuff too broken, but I actually think it improves the game in some ways, because the way most Duel Links skills work these days are they basically have two effects. One effect is always for consistency, like it's like a starter basically. It's like, oh, reveal this card in your hand, add more cards from your deck to your hand, or summon from your deck. It's like a starter kind of effect. And then the second one almost always gives you like a bonus when you're going second, which I think is interesting because by default, a lot of the times when you're going second, it's not that bad because you get the bonus effect from your skill, which is fun. That's a fun concept. It's like basically you almost never brick, and you get a bonus effect going second every time, which I think is interesting. Can you ash skills? You cannot ash skills. Also, that's another benefit. There's no ash in the game. They have almost every other hand trap and board breaker in Duel Links, though. They have like what? They have like Veiler, Imperm, Nibiru, Droll, Mourner, Dark Ruler, Droplet. They have all that, but they don't have Ash. Oh, and they have Bell. Yeah, they did have Bell. So yeah. You can't even roll on res of the skill searching. That's true. And I also learned recently that you can still use a skill that adds a card from your deck to your hand under Droll, which is crazy. Like Droll, basically skills are not even considered anything like card effects or anything like that. Like if your opponent Drolls you and then you activate, literally there's a Sky Striker skill that draws a card, and you can do that even if you are under Droll, which is funny. Do you have all the cards for the Stardust deck? I do, yeah. All right. How do you feel about the Duel Links ban list? I think it's a fun concept. All right, gamers, there's one new card actually. They're starting the reveal season for what's it called? Beyond the Brave. The set that has Joey on it. There's more cards that are announced from it, and this one is Swikalavi, the brilliantly crowned heavy cavalry, rank 3 light beast warrior, XYZ effect monster, 2k 2k. 2 level 3 monsters. Once per turn, you can also summon it by using one beast monster with 2000 or less attack. Cannot be used as material for an exceed summon. Oh, you can't Zeus with it? Okay. If this card destroys a monster by battle, it's funny to me that they have to like put this on everything now just to make people unable to Zeus with it. If this card destroys a monster by battle, plays a counter on it, then apply this effect based on a number of crown counters. Gains 400 attack, gains 600 attack. Return this card to the extra deck if you do draw 3 cards. Okay. If the... Okay, this card is just bad. This card is just bad, but it's kind of... It sounds kind of funny. But, I mean, this basically, in order for this card to do anything, it has to attack successfully 3 times. And it doesn't even have an effect. It does not even have an effect to give itself 3 like extra attacks. So, yeah, this is disappointing. I thought it looked kind of badass. It looked kind of badass, and yeah. It could have said draw 10 cards and still be bad. Unironically, it could have said you win the game and it probably would have been bad. It would be interesting if it didn't have this sentence, if you could make Zeus with it. Because then it could just, you could turn any beast monster, because it doesn't specify like beast XYZ or anything like that. You could turn any beast monster into an XYZ and then make Zeus with it. I guess one thing you can do with it that I just noticed, because it just says you can't make XYZs with it, it's kind of like a Artemis Link one for making SP Little Knight, right? Like, let's say there was sometimes formats where you would like play Artemis, the one that requires a spellcaster, just so you can make SP with it. This is something you can technically do with this card, but for beasts, right? Which is okay. Why doesn't it at least attack all monsters your opponent controls? Yeah. That could have made it interesting for going second, right? Kill 3 monsters, draw 3 cards. It's a reference to the JP Triple Crown. I have no idea what that is. I don't get the reference. So for me, it's just a mediocre Yu-Gi-Oh card. That's all that there is to it. You can make Gravity Controller and put 2 beasts in the grave for Tri-Brigades. Sure, extra beasts in the grave for Tri-Brigade. It's like, the thing is, like, free summons from the extra deck can never be completely useless. There's always something you can do with this, right? There's always a way to use the ability to turn an effect monster into an extra deck monster. Whether it is get more material in the grave or make an SP Little Knight with effect or something like that. There are use cases for this card. The problem is it's going to be like, even Tri-Brigade, right? Like, is Tri-Brigade going to have extra deck space for this? Probably not. Because Tri-Brigade does really need the extra deck a lot of the times, right? So that's the big, that is the big downside of something like this, is that you need the extra deck space. And in a lot of cases, it's not going to be worth it. But yeah. Okay. Since the next TCG tournament that I'm personally attending is the European Championship, and that is going to be after Chaos Origins format, I figured we could also take a look at the newest OCG Metagame Report, because that is technically from Chaos Origins format, right? This report tabulates 250 top performing decks from 33 tournaments that were held in Japan, China, mainland, Indonesia, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, South Korea during basically almost the entirety of May. And this is what they're working with right now. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this means Ritual of Light and Darkness is catching up to Cool Tune. Let me see what the last one was. But I think the deck is even getting closer to Cool Tune than on the last one. Because on the previous one, I remember wondering, like, is this because it's new toy syndrome, or is it because it's actually good? No, it's definitely catching up. It's, ooh, that's good to see. So this was the previous one. Cool Tune was sitting at 22%. Ritual of Light and Darkness was sitting at 11%. And now they're both at 18%. And Elf Note is falling off. Good riddance. Yeah, okay. Ritual of Light and Darkness, that's based. Let me see what people are doing. Ritual of Light and Darkness quickly rose up in ranks and became one of the top decks to beat in the current OCG format, prompting more players to run specific decks against them. The Fallen and the Virtuous is seeing widespread use even among decks that previously did not run them, such as Cool Tune. The Fallen and the Virtuous' main purpose is to destroy Mind Shuffle. The Fallen and the Virtuous sends Albion, gets a second... Okay, we know that. Dude, we've been playing in the last month. Here's a cold take. If a deck, or if Fallen and the Virtuous starts seeing more play, it's probably a good sign for the format. And if a deck promotes the use of Fallen and the Virtuous, it's probably a good deck for the game. And you cannot change my mind on that. Like, I know Fallen and the Virtuous is an incredibly powerful card. And a lot of people are calling for it to be banned or limited or anything like that. I personally think that's crazy. I think the card is very interactive and very healthy and is only strong in like grindier games. And I think if you're complaining about a quick spell, destroy a card on the field, I think you don't have your priorities right in what needs to be complained about in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I suppose. But it's okay. I mean, I understand the card is powerful, so people that are saying it's powerful are not wrong. I just think powerful is not necessarily the same as toxic. Like I think the card is powerful in a good way. But we don't need to discuss that right now. Gravekeeper's Watcher is also another side deck tech against Ritual of Light and Dark. Why is Gravekeeper's Watcher popping up now? Like this card literally, it's such a weird coincidence because this card just saw some play or some discussion at least in the TCG as a counter to Branded, quote unquote counter. Okay, so this card says, during either player's turn, when your opponent activates a spell, trap card, or monster effect that could make them discard when it resolves, send this card from your hand to the grave, negate the activation, and destroy it. So this is a hand trap. This is a hand trap for a card that discards cards, but you can't negate stuff that discards for cost. Pretty much, right? So you can negate Branded Opening. You can negate the Branded in High Spirits. And Radiant Typhoon Vision, technically, as well, if they play that in Branded, I suppose. So, yeah, that's something that people have been messing around with in Branded. And now it's just a funny coincidence that it's also popping up in the OCG, but for a different deck, which is the Ritual of Light and Darkness. Gravekeeper's Watcher can negate the activation of spell, trap cards, or monster effects that make it discard, and this can be used against Mind Shuffle. So Mind Shuffle is the continuous trap in the Ritual of Light and Darkness deck. Just a quick reminder, it's like the one where you bounce back and forth, right? During either player's turn, you can add a monster that mentions, then discard a card. You can only use this effect once per turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can return a level. Yeah, this is the one where you like keep bouncing your rituals back and forth, which is cool. But it does have an effect. You can add and then discard. Oh, wait, but the add is optional. Oh, hold up. Yeah, this doesn't even work. The one that makes them dance? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that makes the rituals dance, which is fun. Dance. We all know dancing is fun. The reason why I'm saying this doesn't even work properly is because Gravekeeper's Watcher only negates spell trap cards. It does not negate spell trap card effects. So unless your opponent activates the card and the effect at the same time immediately, you cannot Watcher it. And Mystical Celtic Sage. Oh, this is probably the one. This is the one that does the Graceful Charity, right? This is probably your main target for it anyways. Yeah, that's probably your... Reveal your entire hand. If there's a card that mentions Ritual of Light and Darkness, draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards. Yeah, okay. This is probably your target for it. Oh yeah, they even talk about it here. However, Gravekeeper's Watcher's usage against Mind Shuffle is very specific, as it can only negate spell trap card activations. This means that only when the opponent flips Mind Shuffle and the first effect is activated immediately during card activation, then Watcher can be used to negate it. If Mind Shuffle is already face up on the field and then the first effect is activated, this is a trap effect activation and not a trap card activation, so Watcher cannot negate this. And so for everyone, if people are aware that Gravekeeper's Watcher is in the format, what people are going to do is just activate the trap, not use the effect immediately, then open game state after the card has resolved, you can then activate the effect. There's no need to have activated immediately on the thing. Gravekeeper's Watcher by itself is insufficient against Ritual Light and Darkness, but it works as a complement with Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. If the opponent flips Mind Shuffle and activates the effect, you can be hit by Watcher. If the opponent flips Mind Shuffle and lets it resolve, then you can Ghost Ogre. Okay, so you have to draw them both together in order to like checkmate your opponent's Mind Shuffle. Sure. I mean, at this point, just play Fallen and the Virtuous for real. Or, dude, if you're really about that specific use in this matchup, why are they not just playing back row removal? Like, genuine question, why are they not using like Cosmic Cyclone, Mystical Space Typhoon, or even the Typhoon trap card? I guess it's because maybe Watcher has applications against Branded, or because Watcher, maybe it's more important to negate this card. Doesn't one of the cards make back row indestructible? The rituals make Mind Shuffle indestructible. Oh, so you want to negate it on turn 0. The goal is to negate it before they set up. You want to stop them from searching with it and get rid of it before they set up. Okay. So here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with this approach is like, well, it works if you draw them both together. If you draw them both together, it's like, well, no matter what your opponent does, you always have a way to hit the card and get rid of it, which is good. The more likely scenario, though, is that like you draw one of the two and then you're just praying to God that your opponent does the thing that they're weak to right now. Because from your opponent's perspective, they have to guess, right? They have to guess whether you have Ghost Ogre or Watcher. And I guess one of the things that makes the Watcher better is that the Ghost Ogre is probably the more popular card, right? Like people are probably more inclined to play around Ghost Ogre than to play around Gravekeeper's Watcher. So I would assume that at the moment in the OCG, the more common thing for people to do is to activate the search effect immediately on activation, to play around Ghost Ogre, because Ghost Ogre is a more popular card probably, right? So 50-50 is still a 50% win rate. Okay, sure. Okay, interesting. Other than that, I mean, this is basically it's kind of fun to see because the cool tune lists are really similar to what people are playing in the TCG right now, right? It's basically with the difference of Synchro Overtake still being at 3. It's just full hand traps plus Fallen and the Virtuous, which is I think the most popular version of the deck in the TCG right now as well. So the OCG and the TCG are a little more similar than usual, I feel like, at the moment. And the thing is also true the same is true for Master Duel as well, especially after we get branded tomorrow. Okay, this is what I care about most. Ritual of Light and Darkness. As a counterplay to the amount of text that others are citing against Mind Shuffle, some players are cutting Crimson Call and the Crimson King from their Ritual of Light and Darkness build. This reduces the reliance on the Ritual of Light and Darkness side and have the branded side be strong enough as a threat. Okay, so I'm assuming the branded side is still the most popular way to play this deck, because I've seen multiple different versions of this deck, but I think the branded version is the most popular. What is Crimson Call? Do we have that already? I know what the Crimson King is. Add a level 4 or lower fiend monster from your grave to your hand, or if you control RDA or a synchro that mentions it, you can add one such monster from your deck instead. At the end of the damage step, if your assault mode monster or RDA attacked, you'd banish this card from your grave. The attacking monster can make a second attack. Crimson Call adds Gurifo. Okay, yeah, this is also from Blazing Dominion. And then the Crimson King. Synchro summoned adds, okay, this just adds the Crimson Call. Level 8. Oh, okay, I see. I see. So this basically, this is you make this with the White Albaz, right? This is how the White Albaz bridges into the Ritual of Light and Darkness, right? So you go White Albaz, summon Ecclesia, you make the Crimson King because you have a tuner and a non-tuner Dark, which is your Albaz. And then you can add the Crimson Call, and then Crimson Call adds the Gurifo, which is this little guy over here. And that's a starter for your Ritual of Light and Darkness side. Okay. So if you cut those cards, from your deck, it is no longer possible to bridge from Albaz into Ritual of Light and Darkness, correct? That also searches Lacrima? Technically, yeah. But if you do it with Albaz, you're locked into level 8s anyways, so there's no point in searching Fiendsmith. You can Cartesia into Gran into Send Archfiend to combo off. Okay. They don't play Cartesia either, though. So, no, they can't. Okay, this reduces the reliance on the Ritual of Light and Darkness side and has the Brandest side be strong enough as a threat. Instead of running 3 White Dragon, 1 copy is swapped out for Fallen of Albaz, allowing the Branded side to become Disruption by using the opponent's monster for a fusion summon. Okay, so basically what's happening here is this deck is becoming so popular that people are trying to counter it, which, let me tell you, this deck is counterable. Like, I still need to properly test it and everything, but just from what I've seen, like, it just doesn't have that many disruptions. Like, it's a good deck. It's really fun too. It looks super fun and awesome, but it definitely is going to be able to be countered. Like, it's a relatively fair deck. So what they're doing is they are reducing the starters for the Ritual of Light and Darkness stuff, and they're slapping in another engine. It's basically exactly the same thing that people did with Dracotail. It's like, well, pure Dracotail was cool and all, but as soon as it was a meta deck, like, people started preparing for it, it was relatively fair, so it was only natural to, like, start putting the branded cards into it as well, right? Like, just make the deck more powerful. And this is what you do here as well. You're just like, oh, your people are literally going as far as to play Gravekeeper's Watcher to stop Mind Shuffle, and you're like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to rely on Ritual of Light and Darkness anymore. I'm going to make my deck a little more resilient and combo heavy in other ways, and I'm gonna summon White Albaz and win the game with that. If you try to interact with my Ritual of Light and Darkness, dude, at some point I think they're gonna end up hitting White Albaz if this continues. You think? Because at this point, I feel like it's established that it's not Branded Fusion. Branded Fusion is not the thing. They don't even play Branded Fusion in this. Oh yeah. People already played White Albaz before. Yeah, but, like, that's what they're talking about here, right? Like, beforehand, it was 3 copies of White Albaz, no Fallen of Albaz, so no brick, just using the Fallen of Albaz as a starter for the Ritual of Light and Darkness, right? Like, it's a premium starter for the Ritual of Light and Darkness because you get into your Garifo and you also get a free Fallen into Virtues from your Albion, right? So it's like, it's really good for that. However, if everyone is basically playing anti cards, like tech cards, against your Mind Shuffle and against your Ritual of Light and Darkness stuff, you can't rely on that. So you don't want just this as a starter. You want actual disruptions from this. So basically, it's a high risk, high reward kind of thing where you take out a starter, you add in the Albaz, and you reduce the reliance on the Ritual of Light and Darkness because now your Albaz cards also are interruptions. It's the exact same discussion that we had with Dracotail when Fallen of the White Dragon came out. You know, there was like, okay, do you play 3 Fallen of White or do you play 2 and 1? And ultimately, even it's super nice to play 3 Fallen of the White Dragon because you draw it more often and it's consistent and it's nice and you don't break on the regular Albaz and stuff like that. Ultimately, the deck was deemed too fair. The deck was like, okay, well, you're playing pure Dracotail with an extra starter, but you're still playing pure Draco Tail, and that's not good enough because other decks can beat that. And I think that's the exact same thing that's happening here with the mid-range deck. It's like, oh, people find ways to beat the mid-range deck, so people are trying to make the mid-range deck more resilient, more broken, by putting in the OG Albaz to have more interruptions from Fallen of the White Dragon, right? Dogmatica Ecclesia. Dude, this is just slowly but surely turning into a branded deck, isn't it? Dogmatica Ecclesia the Virtuous provides more avenues to fetch the Fallen and the Virtuous from the deck. Fedralis Harmonia can send Lulu Lilith. During the end phase, Lulu Lilith can special Ecclesia. You add Fallen and the Virtuous. Santa Claus is also seeing play in the side deck as a removal against Ritual of Light and Darkness. Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Luster Soldier, Soldier of Light and Darkness are unaffected by opponents' activated effects unless they target. And Black Chaos, the Ultimate Swordsman, is unaffected by activated effects while you have a Ritual Spell engraved. Santa Claus contribute those monsters that are unaffected to summon itself. Since Santa Claus is a level 6 monster, the opponent cannot activate Mind Shuffle's second effect to return it to the hand to summon a monster that mentions Ritual Light and Darkness. Okay. That's pretty cool though with Harmonia. Yeah, people have been doing that in TCG in Cool Tune a little bit. I think it was Trishula who did that at YCS Columbus, which we thought about it for German Nationals as well. I ultimately decided not to do it because I think drawing the card is way too bad in Cool Tune, the Ecclesia. But if your deck already plays Harmonia and doesn't really care about drawing the Dogmatica Ecclesia, I think it's pretty interesting. Your room sounds empty, a lot of echo. Well, yeah, that's because it's empty and has a lot of echo right now because we just moved in and I was very busy with French Nationals and German Nationals, so I didn't have time yet. Forgive me. It'll be better once we are fully set up. Why is the OCG not playing this with Mitsu? Is Habakiri banned? I believe they limited prayers, and I think that has caused people to play a lot less Mitsurugi. Limiting prayers is a really effective way at stopping people from playing Mitsu. Elf Note. Synchro Emergency is seeing a decline. Ritual of Light and Darkness and Blitz Click could end with no extra deck monsters on the field, making Emergency significantly weaker when unable to summon a Synchron from the deck. Evenly Matched is another tech that some players are siding against Ritual of Light and Darkness. Dude, Ritual of Light and Darkness, I simultaneously think it's awesome and scary at the same time, but it's weak to like all the cards that like healthy decks are weak to. It's like, bro, your deck is weak to Evenly, your deck is weak to Fallen and the Virtuous, your deck's weak to friggin' Ghost Ogre or some shit. Spot removal on the continuous trap. Evenly Matched makes the opponent banish face down and does not interact with cards on the field directly, so even the unaffected ones are affected. However, some Ritual of Light and Darkness players are running Solemn Accusation in the side deck. Hello. Against Fallen and the Virtuous, and Accusation can also negate evenly. So why is the most interesting thing about the Elf Note paragraph, or the only thing that they talk about, Ritual of Light and Darkness? There's not a single, like, they don't even mention a single Elf Note card in its entire paragraph. I mean, I vibe with that. I get it. I get it. I agree. Yeah, this is pretty much, besides the level 10 Synchro, already pretty much what people are doing in the TCG with this deck, right? They're playing White Albaz Harmonia. It's relatively standard Elf Note stuff. It's just missing, we're just missing the Elf Note Synchro, which we are going to have for Chaos Origin for the European Championship and the NAWCQ. And I think that's going to make a big difference. And Baron, I mean, yeah, of course. But I think there's already people doing okay with the deck in the TCG, even without Baron. Like the deck, especially because no one is playing Nibiru right now. And when I say no one, I mean no one. I did not see a single Nibiru at German nationals. Not only in my games, but also like next to me. I haven't witnessed a single Nibiru at German nationals. So it's like, it's not that bad that you don't start with an Omni Negate. Isn't that cool? Conclusion, Ritual Light and Darkness has proven itself as a top contender, tying with Cool Tune in the first spot. The Fallen into Virtuous is the premium removal against Ritual Light and Darkness and is seeing heavy play in the current OCG metagame. The upcoming weekend will be the last World Championship qualifier that will be played before the Revolution Booster Toon Witchcrafter Unchained. Oh, that's not out yet. Okay, interesting. Well, I would say overall, I think the OCG is also looking okay. I mean, I think... Personally, I think the TCG format at the moment is, even though the last TCG ban list I wasn't a big fan of, I still think the TCG format at the moment is a little bit more diverse than this, because Cool Tune is just less powerful here. You know, they did hit it a little bit. It like we do have Synchro Overtake to 1, and we did get rid of Rose Whip, even though they're not playing Rose Whip right now in this particular list, but they still could, is the thing. But yeah. I'm a little worried about what's going to happen with the Toon deck. Like the Toon deck, the Toon deck looks really, really scary. Like I personally think this Revolution Booster, Toon Witchcrafter Unchained, the Unchained cards look really fun to me. But I'm a little worried about the other two. Like because the Toon's win condition is like pretty cringe. And the Witchcrafter is just already pretty scary with like Magistus, Fairy Tail, Spellcaster combo stuff. Just getting more tools is kind of scary. But yeah, okay. Overall, still looking pretty fine. Even though it could be, for my liking, it could be a little bit less dominant on Cool Tune if they hit it a little bit more. The OCG YouTube channel has Toon Locals gameplay if you're interested. I will look at that probably soon. But I'm not sure, like, since that's not out for the European Championship, I'll probably postpone that a little bit. Blitzclick 5.2%. I don't know if I'm a little surprised by that in a positive sense, because I do think Blitzclick, like the archetype is really cool. I'm not sure if they're all playing like Thunder King Ryo and stuff like that. But yeah. Because it does kind of have that potential. And the thing is, I've seen both. I've seen a couple of lists floating around on Twitter, and some were with Thunder King, and some were actually completely without any floodgates, which I thought was cool to see. Like there was genuinely a couple of what's it called, of Blitzclick decks that played like no floodgates, which I thought was awesome. It's good to see. I'm just sad that we have no clowns in here. Zero, literally no clowns. I'm a little sad about that. Well, yeah. Also, everybody, thank you for the resubs. Welcome back. Awesome TY dude. Fuhenjo, thank you for the first time sub as well. Dakiloilian, thank you for the Prime. A-Rock, thank you for the 36 months. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. The Clown Pendulum isn't out until July. Oh, dude, that means we get it in like 3 years, doesn't it? That means we never get it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I know it's not in Chaos Origin, but I thought they already had it. I thought they kind of came out at the same time. But yeah. Are you still going to play Duel Links WCQ considering the tier 0 meta it's in? I am currently planning to do it, yes. So there's gonna be I'm really looking forward to this June, because we're gonna have a lot of hype streams. I mean, they are really stressful, but I also do always enjoy the streams that we do for like the Worlds qualifiers in Master Duel. And I think basically the Duel Links one is like another one. The only thing that could change my mind is if I start testing for it and I start playing and it's completely miserable. But I personally, to me, to me personally, a tier 0 format is not necessarily a turnoff. Like if the mirror match is acceptable, then it's okay. It's like kind of like if tier 0 tier elements format, like I'm okay with that, you know. And from what I've seen so far, there is some gameplay in the mirror match of the Stardust deck. Like I think it's actually okay. At least that's what Sniffus told me. Sniffus gave me a deck list and I asked him like, is the mirror okay? And he said, yeah, it's okay. So I'm trusting my goat, and we'll see how it is. So yeah. Tier 0 makes stun semi-viable. I love those. I know you do. I know you do. Santa SQT, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're having a great day too. I'm just happy to be back. I'm a little stressed out from moving and everything, but I'm having a good day because I'm just happy to be streaming again. So that's that. That's all that matters. Okay. And with that, we're actually going to play some Yu-Gi-Oh now. After we look at what's about to happen. So we have what? Notifications. New selection pack is here. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Have you seen top 10 rated for May? I have seen top 10 rated for May, yeah. So this is going to be our final pack before the Worlds qualifiers in Master Duel. And I am very happy about it, actually. I'm very happy about it. We are getting, well, these are more like side notes, but we are getting Enya Crafts, which is an archetype that I'm looking to messing around with. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a funny deck. I don't think it's meta viable for like the Duelist Cup or anything like that, but it is solid. And I think it's going to be playable to troll people with on ranked, and we definitely are going to do that. Then we get the Archfiend cards, which aren't terrible, but not really a big deal. But the main thing here, of course, is that Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon and the Fallen and the Virtuous heavily implies also that White Albaz is going to be in here, right? And that is going to shake up the format significantly for the Master Duel Worlds qualifier. Now, we've already seen the final ban list before the Worlds qualifier, which is the one with what's it called? Zodiacs coming back. I don't know how much that changes, because at the moment, I saw a graphic of the current top 10, and I think it was exclusively, and when I say exclusively, I mean exclusively, there was nothing else. It was just, I haven't logged in at all this season. Last season, it was just Cool Tune and Sky Striker. Oh yeah, why is there no chat? Hold up. Eep, eep. There you go. It was just Cool Tune and Sky Striker. And now we're entering Branded into the mix, which is interesting. But also, the Fallen and the Virtuous is a pretty good card in Sky Striker as well. So I'm looking forward to that. I personally, we're going to talk about this more once the pack is out and once I had some time to play. We're going to make a tier list and everything. Don't worry. But my first prediction is that basically for the Worlds qualifier, we're looking at a triangle format. Or maybe there's 4 decks. Maybe there's 4 decks, because I feel like, so Cool Tune is definitely going to be good. I also think Sky Striker is going to be good. I think Branded is going to be good. But also, there is a world in which you can just play Draco Tail again. And guess what? I mean, out of those 4 decks, I probably wouldn't want to play Cool Tune. But like Sky Striker, Branded, or Draco Tail Branded, like I'm gonna have a good time, I think, at this Worlds qualifier. I mean, it's gonna be stressful. It's gonna be stressful, but because it's always stressful to play for this long. But I'm looking forward to it. Weirdly enough, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be a good format. I don't know yet whether we're going to play Sky Striker or Branded or Draco Tail, but no matter what, like all 3 of those decks I like, you know, so we're going to have a good time, I think. So yeah. Unfortunately, we can't play that format today because the cards aren't out yet. They are going to come out tomorrow. So we're just gonna play some ranked and vibe with some of my previous decks. Don't know what I feel like playing right now. Maybe some Striker in anticipation of Fallen into Virtuous. The Radiant version. Let's play the not Radiant version. You need to do the new card guesser. It's already over. You can't do it anymore. This is fine. New pack stream tomorrow. We're gonna have a tournament tomorrow. I'm casting a Challenger Cup tomorrow for the new pack. So yes, there's gonna be a stream tomorrow for the new pack. So it's not gonna be a quote unquote normal stream. It's just gonna be a Challenger Cup. But I think that's also fun. And then it's gonna be later than usual a little bit. I don't know exactly when it starts, but a couple hours later than usual. And then I'm gonna be back home on Friday night, and I'm gonna go live on Saturday with the new cards. Fervent66, thank you for the 25 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the hype train. I could have gone main phase because I have talents, but I still didn't want to get trolled. Just don't imper me on this. They have it, don't they? Oh no, okay. What does this mean? That is so much better than getting trolled. that is so much better than getting trolled. Is it actually Hecka Hands? No. What the hell was that? Cool tune. I mean, I've heard of Hecka Hands Godos as a counter for like the Cool Tune mirror match, but I didn't think people were gonna main deck it in 50 card Cool Tune in Master Duel. We are in Diamond 5, yeah. Start of the season. And we're back to drawing bros. Ooh, Draco Tail. Let's go. Hilda Blue, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for the prime. Ooh, nice 5 mana. Give me that. So how's the format been in Master Duel these last 2 weeks that I was gone? How's everyone been doing? What have you guys been playing when playing against? Why is everyone saying miserable? What? If you hate Cool Tune, it's terrible. Oh yeah, I guess that's true, yeah. The 0.1% usage event was neat. Oh yeah, I read that. I read about that. on Twitter. I didn't play it myself, but that sounded fun. Like I'm so out of the loop. I was genuinely mad, by the way, that they put the card guesser event in Master Duel in a time period where I was gone. Like that was so annoying. I thought that was such a cool idea. It was 0.1% in Master, by the way, not all ranks. Oh, so Blue Eyes was tier 1. Okay, that's enough Radiant Heaven cards. What they said. Sting and Flame. Ah. Get rid of Sting. Okay, nice. Okay, we're getting rid of all of it. I didn't think they were going to use their flame on that, but I'll take it. I just 0 at engage immediately, but then 0 cannot tag out. I could also 0 and tag out. 0 tag out is kind of nice. I kind of need access to engage, though. I could try to get access to engage via Hayate, but that's not guaranteed because they might pop it with Gulamel. So they have 5 mana in hand, I know that, right? What did the Arthalion add back? I was not paying attention because we were talking. Just 5 mana. Wait, 5 mana, okay. Yeah, the vision is live now. I can add the MST back later, which is not bad in this matchup. I should have added linkage with engage, but I guess I'm just goated like that. If I didn't draw linkage there, it would have actually been somewhat scuffed. This Veiler is good. Could have done it in battle phase to play around Veiler, actually, which is probably correct to do against Dracotail. Couldn't they be able to 0? No, I did it in draw phase. Is it worth spending a Widow Anchor here? Probably, because otherwise if I set it, the Gula Mail just pops it. What do they have? Is that a Bestial? Kinda has to be, isn't it? I wonder if I go Vision. If I Zeke this, it doesn't come back, right? Because it's from the graveyard. If they really have Magnamoot in hand, it's gonna be hard. I wonder if I actually want... MST. Okay, it's either they misplayed or it's not Magnamoot. Because they would have chained it here, surely, right? It's not Magna. Shizuku end phase, add quick play for Vision. I was thinking about leaving the Ray on the board now to tag out into 0 to get a pop next turn. That seems better to me. It was Magna, okay. So they just screwed up. I do play 2 rows. So it's not the end of the world. I think I do Ash this because it gives them a guaranteed like irregular pan. So 5 mana in hand now. So if I set this, I think I just set MST. Makes it harder for them. Like basically, if they don't draw Urgula, even if they draw a Draco Tail, if they fuse with it, I can pop whatever they said. I guess they can make SP, banish the MST. Probably alright. Do I want to draw a Ray? No, probably not. Having Magna in rotation for them is really scary though, because they can like potentially add it back to hand. Oh. Birthday. Wait, they set the last trap into my MST. Okay. I mean, even then, even now, that wasn't over. Without them knowing, I mean, even when they don't know what I draw, they still have Sanctifier for OG Albaz, which isn't that bad. Can we see your deck list? Sure. I mean, it's an older deck list. That's okay though. You can play like this. I mean, it's gonna change tomorrow, anyways. It's gonna change tomorrow with the release of Fallen into Virtuous, but for now it works. Have you tried Radiant Typhoon? I have tried it. I like both. I haven't really made my mind up yet what I think is better. Forbidden Crown will release tomorrow. We don't know, I think. I think not, because I feel like they would have announced it. There's a couple of generic cards we're missing, but I don't think they're gonna be in the pack tomorrow. Uh-oh. What do I mean by this? Like, I feel like if something like Crown or Harmonia or Accusation was in the pack, I feel like they would have announced those. I guess it makes Desires not as risky. Ah. Crown should be with the Dark Lords. Oh yeah, that's a good call. What was that? Was that a... It probably wasn't a trap deck. We probably just got lucky that they brick. Probably like Cool Tune or something. Even though not all of them play Imperm. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. This hand's actually quite awkward. That does not help my case. So, like, here's the thing. I could Ash this, but realistically, I probably don't do much this turn no matter what. Like this most likely just draws one card. One card change a lot. Yeah, it can. Very wise of you to say, though. So it's probably not Lemnis here. I don't have setup for it. I mean, I will have, though, maybe. Second anchor. Oh. They have Droll 2. Are you on Super Poly? No, I'm not. Maybe it. I think this list is actually from before Cool Tune. I haven't really updated it because I was waiting for Fallen into Virtues to come out to update it. We'll update it tomorrow. Oh, it's also a Sky Striker. Isn't Shark Cannon mandatory starting tomorrow? If you see a lot of branded and Fallen into Virtuous packages, then yeah, Shark Cannon is pretty good for that. A Radiant package. I have a feeling that they got a slightly better hand than me. We'll see. The droplet doesn't really matter on the 0. I can just summon another 0 with linkage. But the fact that they get to search is kind of annoying. Oh, I didn't have 3 spells. I thought I needed to chain the linkage. But that's fine. I wanted to use that anyways. I just thought I had to chain it there because I was going to take the Kagari. Okay, 2 unknowns in hand. One is probably Droll and Lockbird, I think. So I think I might be fine. Okay. So I need a play off the top. Anything works. I think the last card in hand is Droll. I don't think I ash the Shizuku because it cannot search engage or linkage, so it doesn't really do much. Search Shark Summon 0. It's not that bad. If I draw a play, it's fine. If they actually have Droll, it's the worst one to draw, but it works. Well, they just have Anchor in hand. I should be fine. I should be fine. And they do not have Ray Engrave. That is the third 0, yeah. I can also SP. Nah. Maybe. A couple of things I can do. I can Typhon back my own rows to guarantee follow-up as well. But that's basically no interruptions. One sec. I think whatever they do, I think Amatsu covers it. Could they have drawn anything here? I think not against the Ash Blossom. Like, I'm trying to think what it could have been. But I don't really see it. Have you read the Genesis blog post? I haven't, no. All right, last game. I don't know. It felt like their hand was better than mine. Not sure what went wrong there. That one's for the Typhon win rate. That was the reason I made Typhon. Typhon rank up even. Let's go. Where can I get the playlist? I think we have a command for it. Exclamation mark playlist. Oh yeah, someone already put it. Thank you. The Genesis post is interesting, very in-depth. We'll probably check it out at some point over the weekend. But we already yapped for like 3 hours today. Almost. Now I want to play some. Seb Kenma, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. All right. Don't do me dirty. Okay, 2 engages, but no monsters. No rosary. Okay. There's a Lemnis banished. I think I played 2 though. Okay. It always finds a way to do me dirty, even if it's not the banishes. Well, joke's on your Fuba. I wasn't gonna summon anyways. I also wasn't gonna search anymore. It's fine. Bro, there's this card, 2 cards for fun. Oh man. I'll spend the duplicate. The annoying thing is that if I max C, they might just add and not special. Because they know I couldn't really play last turn. I don't know if I want to do that. Sure. It's really hard to get a guaranteed draw. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I want to max C the queue. If they have a way to stop maxi, I'll just droplet it. They don't know you couldn't play, they trolled you. Fair enough, yeah. But still, I mean, you probably just add with overtake. Alright, this is the one time where Rose is actually not a bad draw. Oh, they're not top deck manipulating. Okay. They get a rotary search here, but I have Ash next turn to cover Cool Tune Synchro, and they don't know my face down. Which is good. They don't know I can stop like Zalen, for example. And if they want to manipulate my top deck, they have to give me another draw that they won't know. there a way they can go for game? I mean, maybe. It's not impossible, actually. Are you going to train with Cool Tune for the qualifier? Maybe, yeah. Food has been acquired. Yeah, this is not winning. So I'm thinking like if I normal Rose and they have clip, which I don't think they added unless I missed it. If they have clip, I'm in trouble. If I normal summon Rose, then I have to activate Desires, and I don't want to activate Desires with 17 cards in deck. I could take the Trackmaker first, which wastes an interruption, but I think probably better to play it. I don't think it's Camellia here. Would you recommend using Desires? I hate it myself. Dude, I hate it. I hate it too. Everyone hates it. They should have chained it. Because now I can bring back Rose. Even though it was negated, they should have chained it. Probably Baylor. My only engage, by the way. This beats Valor though, because if they Valor this, then I still have 0. Should I even be playing Droll myself? Is what I'm wondering. I mean, there's a decent amount of Sky Striker. Ooh. I like this hand. Hello? Oh. Man, I wanted to play that. I guess we'll take it. That's good also. Oh no, not the elf note sleeves. What do they mean by this? Oh, okay. Good game. When are they revealing the new chess cards? I mean, the set is coming out in like 4 weeks, so it can't be that long until they do. This hand is awkward, but I got 2 pair. That's good, right? Okay. Could have self-anchored. Or draw. But maybe should have. It's unlikely that whatever I draw is better than... Oh, God, okay. Mm-hmm. Ace Invasive, thank you for the 28 months. Yes, we will bring it back at some point. The all hand trap hop ear technology. Will Striker become tier 1 with the new branded cards? I personally think so, yeah. I think it's pretty good. Keep your Holly Sue. Still need to use another anchor. I mean, so far they've only shown 2 normal summons. Yo, what's up, Triff? Chat, no one tell Triff how I did at German Nationals. No narcs. No narcs. These only normal summons. Only normal summons allowed. And no Ash. Ash or Bell. Just, yeah, just have nothing, please. Shouldn't you pop Sue before Link? It depends. If they have extenders in hand, if I pop a negated Sue, like this technically doesn't do that much. The Rock of the Vanquisher. Technically, it doesn't do that much. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. No, you can't. It's not allowed. No. What are they thinking about? Oh, okay. That's fine. No. No, what is this? Now, do I give them... This is called by the grave. Do I give them a draw for adding engage to my hand? I think the answer is yes. I think they getting them getting one draw, me getting engage in hand is a good trade for me. I need that. So what do we know? Holly Sue Raisin, right? I think the set is called by, which they didn't use last turn because I had the Lemnist dodge it. Node roll is big. Take some life points, dude. Yeah, that's a little late to the party, don't you think? Oh, they got Borger off the top. Oh, nee. That's annoying. OG was that. Borger. Borger, Valius, double raise, and 2 unknowns, I think. That was good. That was fun. Are the tips working? I want to send you a Nats deck just for your quick thoughts. We're not doing a deck doctor right now, so we don't really. You just like you can't just send me. I mean, you can ask me something in chat. I don't mind that. Okay, now we get the revenge of the K9 for that last game that we fought so hard for. What did he play in German Nationals? I played Cool Tune. I mean, it's potentially not the worst matchup. Depends on how they open. It's doable. This hand is good too. And so far, I didn't see any Vanquish Soul cards, so maybe. K9 still unhit in Master Duel, by the way? Of course not. Oh, and there we go. Any tips on what cards to play in pure Vanquish Soul for attributes? I mean, I guess the Rescue Aces are not bad at the moment, but they do come with a brick. I think Dogoran is not terrible against Cool Tune either, and also not the worst against Sky Striker. So you could do that. Crow is okay starting tomorrow. Crow is decent against Brandon and Sky Striker. Bell, I don't think Bell makes sense. I mean, you can play Bell in Vanquish Soul, but it's not for the attribute, I think. Because like Earth is not that important. Retaliating is decent. Yeah. Retaliating stonks up big tomorrow. It's funny because I don't think that's true. Unless everyone plays branded Draco Tail, which I'm sure some people will. But if against pure branded, I think I think it's not actually that good, Retaliating C. Because when they go first, they don't try to go through the what's it called? The branded fusion. Hello, Rose. Stop being mean. What? What? I said hello. How does that mean? Nice. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to hit. Oh my god. So they're gonna pop their own Ripper, I guess, to dodge the Widow Anchor. It makes sense. And now I need talents to draw me something nice. I don't think it's worth chaining the second Widow Anchor because then they don't destroy. So the Ripper keeps being a problem and the Rock also stays. Yeah, awesome. Notice how the moment K9 cards were involved, the quality of the game compared to the last one went down by a lot. Weird, huh? Weird. I'm not that crazy. Dude. It looks really scary from their perspective, but they don't know my perspective. Like, oh damn, they got so much follow-up, man. I need to win this turn, otherwise. Fine, you're gonna draw 2. Oh. If that, they have to have linkage. They have to have linkage. There's no way you don't have linkage. An early Lemnis gate. Non-engine is definitely not carrying me. Wait, what deck is it? I can't open that link right now. I'm in a game of Sky Striker versus Sky Striker. Okay, I don't know what your situation was, but it can't be much worse than mine. There's no, unless, okay, maybe the Desires banishes were really rough for them. Because my banishes were fine. I had like most important resources still left. It must have had something to do with the Desires, right? Check deck. It was a Sky Striker deck, but checking the deck will not show me what they banished with Desires that game. This doesn't really do anything. I think they, like, Lemnis Gate didn't make much sense to me, so I feel like maybe they lost like all Widow Anchors or something. Or like they must have also lost, but like, I don't know. Like, there are explanations, but they're not good explanations. Oh my god, movie time. Someone said their name said Tenpai. There's no way that was Tenpai. You can't play Desires in Tenpai. I mean, unless you're completely insane. Which, I mean, I guess you need some level of insanity to still queue Tenpai. So, sure, maybe. Just don't banish Chandra. Yeah, and all the other one-offs. I miss Tenpai, said no one ever. Said literally no one ever. Actually, no, I'm lying. I know people feel that way. I just find it confusing that you exist. Based, drawing cards, oversetting an Omni Negate. They're still gonna get the Omni Negate later though, probably. Yeah, they have it engraved. They're gonna banish it later and then add it back with the link 4. Probably. Tenpai was a cool going second deck. Dude, if you leave out one word of that sentence, it's true. Guess the word. You're like so close to the truth. This close. Still can't believe the first impressions of Tenpai when they were first revealed. I mean, you gotta, you gotta remember though that like a battle phase deck, like it's such a bad concept in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! On paper. It was so weird reading these cards for the first time and actually imagining that would be something that people would do on purpose. Like, unironically, whenever I read an effect that says if this card battles or if this card destroys a card by battle or whatever, like I just like I'm ignoring that effect on a Yu-Gi-Oh card, pretty much. I'm just like, yeah, that's probably not relevant. It needs to be like a bonus effect in some shape or form, then it's fine. So what do I do with a World Legacy token, gamers? Any ideas? Oh. I was gonna drop it away the thing anyways, because the Dingirsu can protect the set, but now I've baited it successfully, it's fine. I don't think I can win this, but I don't know, I'll try. So I make Azalea and they just take it and I lose. I mean, I have Droplet for... They have Impulse or Ash, I can't win this. No. Orchist has successfully negated all my plays. Wait, Draco Tail? Let's go. I appreciate you for playing Draco Tail. So this is going to be all 3 traps plus Sanctifier. It's basically the best start that they can have, and especially Sting is really annoying. But we'll see. Now that they sent Frixel, I don't get the third. Oh wait, they sent Frix. Was Frixel in hand? No, Frixel from deck for Rahu is weird. Yeah. Oh yeah, they sent. I think they were one step ahead in their head. Or maybe they have Sting in hand already, and it doesn't make a difference. Oh no. Okay, no Sting. Nice. That's so good for me. That's a good pickup as well. Dude. I mean, I can Ash it, but I really, really want to have Ash for one of the traps, but I have to Ash it now, dude. I mean, it still is convenient. It still remains a convenient draw, even in this case. Not what I was planning to use it on, but hey. Why double? Why double Ray, man? X10 Maple, think of the 34 months. Appreciate the prime. Just a reminder, a prime sub is free and makes Streamer Man really happy because we've kind of tanked the sub numbers because I was gone for 2 weeks. But I'm back now and we've got a lot of streams planned for the month of June, so it's going to be worth it. And okay, we do need access to engage, so let's... but I should probably go battle phase. You were gone for a week and I started playing One Piece? Oh no. I'm sorry about that. Andrus Color, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate the prime. DJ Palooza as well. Thank you. Welcome back. You don't have effect, Whaler. Nice. Spoken into existence. Please don't leave us. I wasn't planning to. Calm down. I was just busy with 2 nationals and moving. Does this mean no Worlds at no Josh at Worlds this year? Not yet. Not yet. There still is Duel Links Worlds Qualifier, Master Duel Worlds Qualifier, and European Championship for TCG. So I have not given up yet. I'll try my best. Could we've gone Camellia here? Camellia just gets popped. Or like something, they activate Pimena, Chain Gulamel, and then I'm in trouble. Oh, please go Mysterion or something. No. If they ash this after all this work, I'm losing my mind. Hi, I just want to brag about getting top 8 at my nationals. Congratulations. What'd you play? Please say Malice. Do not play Malice. Don't say Malice, please. I will take it back. You say Malice. I played Brandon. Nice. That's a cool deck. Please no Urgula, 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 please no Urgula. Oh my god! Oh my, why did you fuse everything, man? Oh god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh. Dude. Oh my god. Okay. Well, they're still not out of it yet. Is the crazy thing because they get 2 spells here. Wow. Holy. Holy. Yeah. Get to flame. So Rahu is the limited one. The problem is if I ash this, they have flame to counter my Lemnis Gate. And if I don't ash this though, I might die. I feel like I ash it. I feel like I ash it and I just don't activate my Lemnis for now. Forcing them to play with just those 2 cards. If they don't have a play, they actually have to flame themselves. But then my Lemnis is now live later, which is fine. But now they get the 1 of Rahu back, is what I was a little worried about. I mean, the way they're playing, it seems like they've drawn 2 monsters, or at least 1 Draco Tail. Otherwise, summoning this Cartesia doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Okay, never mind. Right? Okay. Return first to play around Fuwa. Oh yeah. Could have. Slash should have. Nice. Dude, that Widow Anchor was freaking awesome. Day 2 of Ask. Dude, it's not day 2. It's not. You said that like 10 minutes ago. It doesn't become day 2 10 minutes after. I mean, I guess it depends on your time zone, but I don't think so. Why did Draco Tail drop off so hard? It's not that bad into Cool Tune. I think it's pretty bad into Cool Tune, actually. I hate Ash this much. I will open game state, cross it out. Could have had Upstart like 1 sooner. That would have been nice. I don't play Super Poly right now, no. But I do play Sky Striker Ace Rose. Pretty mediocre start. I hope Droll is good against their deck. Otherwise, I might be in trouble. I don't even have Ray Engrave. Oh yeah, Droll is good against that. I mean, I want to chain it, but I also kind of don't want to chain it. But I will chain it. They're surely going to give me other opportunities to Droll. No, Rose is my follow-up. The Shizuku on board isn't worth much because I don't have Ray Engrave. Yeah. Yeah. What is Ryziel typically in Master Duel these days? Ryziel Mitsu? on a mat still? Like, what's the Ryziel situation? The Ryziel situation is crazy. Okay. What's so crazy about the Ryziel situation? I didn't think I would get this far. Okay, fair enough. Did they think that was game because Eclipse Twin could attack twice? Or what? Hallo. The Ryziel situation is indeed crazy. Okay, this upstart, not to put any pressure on you, upstart Goblin, but, you know, this could be great if you just get your shit together. God damn it. Roll me, please. Oh, oh, dude, I have a lot of mixed feelings right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. You know, fine. I still don't know how to. Let me see how to feel about this. Pretty good actually. Goodbye, Raisin. So yeah, I mean, I guess I set 3 so they can't normal summon for free, and now they got nothing. And now it's just who draws a play first. Oh my, you have got to be kidding me, man. There's no way, dude. There's actually no way. There's actually no way, man. Oh god. I mean, if I ash this, Izuna is life. Bro. Ach man. But she can't send. Yeah, but there's no point trying to prevent one body if they just summon another body from hand. I think I'm just dead, right? I can't droplet because I'm under shifter. And this is going to be untargetable and attack like a million times. Oh, that's so disgusting. That's such a disgusting draw, man. The thing is, like, my hand even covers for so many starters. I have Ash and Widow Anchor, and then it's just Jokul, and everything explodes. Stupid K9 cards, man. Two pair. What do you have? I have two pair. I call. I think that's better than two pair, guys. I think that's better than two pair. Railgun YGO, thank you so much for the 19 month. Welcome back. This is one of our better matchups. I honestly, I don't know why Ash Blossom is in my deck right now. Do I Ash Trackmaker? I mean, I have two. Having to sync with the Ash is desperate? No, it's not. That's a completely normal play. Like, that 2-card combo is really powerful. Rotary plus any level 3 tuner is pretty good. It's not desperation, because you can get the Ash back with Remix. It's no problem. Yeah, they still get to add with the Rotary for JJ or KTS, but I'm hoping they have to use the KTS or the JJ here, and then they don't end on one. Also, if they don't have another tuner, they have to tribute the Trackmaker, which is not bad. Yeah. Yo, Biohazard, thank you for the 38 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Congrats on a new place, Josh. Thank you, Nezu. We're not fully, we haven't like fully arrived yet. There's still a lot of things we need to do. But I'm looking forward to when everything's done. At the moment, it is still a mess, pretty much. Robbie Van D, thank you for the first time sub. Welcome. Wait, what did they add? They added Q, normal summoned Q, summoned Rico, added mix, normal mix, added Rico. Okay. And now they're going to look at my top deck. Okay, what am I getting? Please, 2 engine cards. Please, 2 live cards. I need it. You know, okay, fair enough. That's actually, it's not the worst Rose draw ever. Maybe they banish Rose and put Desires to the bottom. But they keep Desires on top. Okay. Sure. Delta. RS. I'm not sure if this wins for them. To be honest with you. Ashes in hand? No, it's in grave. Yeah, the card in hand is Rico. So they can make second RS. And B2B out of these two. Come on, give me something nice. I need help. Because they can make another RS. Okay. Ooh, I can self MST. If they make a second RS. That's neat. They definitely make second RS here, right? B2B is only on monster effects, yes. I mean, in Master Duel, there's no way you don't have room for the second RS, right? Because you don't need the Harmonia target. So they definitely should have a second RS in the deck. Then what is there to think about? I guess you could make Crackle, but there's no way that's it. Oh, okay. There's a way it's it, guys, apparently. This was not over yet. I still needed a play from the vision. But all right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that was a throw. That was, I mean, the making the crackle in the end was just the final like nail in the coffin. But like they looked at my hand. How the hell do you give me desires there? Why would you give me desires? Do not droll me. For the love of God, do not droll me. Oh, okay. Dude, okay. Okay, dude. Ash Blossom going second moment. I mean, I feel you, dude. Sometimes you just ash the first play and you know you lost when it's not enough. It happens, man. Ash Rhoda for Raisin. Yeah, I mean, you don't know it's Striker, I guess. Oh my, what is happening to me? Oh, good news. We can't banish Ray and Rose with desires, I guess. Wait, they sent me first. What does that mean? Why is my hand so bad when I'm playing against the blind second deck? Can I draw my Ash and Trolls against Tenpai? Please? Pretty please? Come on, man. Yeah, I'm dead. I already know I'm dead. There's no way I live that. There's no way I live a blind second deck with this opener. I drew triple Ray and Rose, man. I know I'm dead. There's no world in which I live. It doesn't exist. Yeah, I can use 0 Roses in deck. Yeah. It makes sense. Dude, that's so funny, man. Oh, it's so funny. Take that, Tenpai Andy. I assume it's Tenpai. I don't know. Maybe it's something else. It wasn't even Tenpai. It was just Gem Knights. So what do they have? 3. Wait, this doesn't have that many starters, does it? 3 Dispersion. I guess Scatterfuge. Is the Scatterfusion even 1-card combo? Why is your extra deck 14 cards? Okay, Armadillo. Yeah, they don't have that many starters. It wasn't that lucky. It really wasn't that lucky. They have like 10. 3 Quartz, 3 Nepirim. Armadillo, I guess, also works. So that's 8, 11, 13. It's really not that many. Okay. Well. With the negated 0, scatter does nothing if you chain. True, yeah. True. Oh, this hand is so nice. Please don't be an FTK deck. Please, let's play normal Yu-Gi-Oh together. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it's a bad start too. Eh. Why wouldn't you tribute one first? Who needs Veiler? Who needs normal summons? E3 Xeon, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. How's the Master Duel Worlds meta looking to be like? Cool Tune, Branded Draco Tail, and Sky Striker. For the qualifier, at least, I think, are the top 4 decks. And to me, that sounds like fun. To me, that sounds like a good format. I like that. I'm looking forward to it. That's a great opener, dude. Well, I found my droplet send. Okay. So they have two cool tunes synchros face down. So I'll pop the track make. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm having a good time in Master Duel right now, and I think tomorrow is only gonna make it better. I think that I'm looking forward to the pack tomorrow. At the moment I am pretty positive towards the Worlds qualifier in Master Duel. I think the format is gonna suit me well. Even though there are some decks in the format that are pretty strong going first and hard to go second against, I think overall I'm pretty happy. But yeah, guys, that's going to be it for today. I'm so happy to be back. Happy to go back to more regular streams and really looking forward to the Worlds qualifiers in Duel Links and Master Duel. I hope you also look forward to those streams. Like I said earlier, tomorrow the stream is going to be a little bit later than usual because we're doing a Challenger Cup. I hope you guys are looking forward to that. So I'll see you all tomorrow for a Challenger Cup with the new pack. That's going to be exciting. We're going to see branded Draco Tail, all that in action tomorrow. So make sure to tune in for that. Until then, thank you all so much for watching today. I hope you enjoyed the first stream from the new place. You know, it's been a busy couple of weeks, but I'm happy to be back. Thank you all so much for your support. Much appreciated. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs, and I'll see you all